All right, I'd like to welcome everybody to the 8th annual Calhoun County Quarterback Club's High School Football Media Day. It's something we look forward to all year as quarterback club members. We start early in the spring as a board, planning this day and everything that goes into it. And for 8 years, we've been able to spotlight local high school coaches and players here within our county. We've got 14 football playing schools, and for a county our size, that's a lot of football. And this year, more than ever, we uh, we look forward to this day because of so much realignment and the separation of the public and private schools this year for the first time. On behalf of our captain, Tony Ball, and the other quarterback club members, we thank you for coming. Our media partners, we especially thank you for coming and providing coverage of these young men and the coaches, not only today, but throughout all of football season. We enjoy with social media, with the internet, with news, print, being able to look at our favorite team and follow them and see how things are going. And today, we like to say kind of the unofficial kickoff of football here in East Central, East Northeast Alabama. I've asked one of the leading authorities on high school football around the state of Alabama, who just happens to live here with us, Mr. John Holder, to come and give us kind of an overall view of his thoughts on this whole realignment and how it's going to shake out in the years moving forward. So, John Holder, please come.
Thank you, Danny, and thanks to the Calhoun County Quarterback Club for doing this. This is a premier event. It's an awesome event, first class in every way. So thank you, and thank you for the invitation to come and just speak for a couple of minutes today, just kind of setting the tone for today and for the season ahead. Uh, Obviously, the coaches and the players out there, they understand the changes that have come about in the last 6, 7 months of the year to high school football. For us in the media, also, that's requiring a lot of work. We've got a lot of changes that are coming to high school football. This is probably the most monumental change in high school football this year of any year that we've had in my lifetime, certainly since 1984, back when we had four classifications and we went to six. And so that's been 42 years. So this is monumental. In 2012, we went from six to seven. That was a pretty big jump as far as classifications go. But this year, now we've eliminated a class. We've added two more classes with the private schools, single A and double A. And so now we have 8 classifications. And we have totally separated the public schools and the private schools. One of the things that is our job as a media is to communicate all these changes to the average fan who's out there. Because the average fan, I don't think, really understands all this. They hear bits and pieces and things like that. So we have a tremendous job and a tremendous challenge ahead of us as far as media goes to communicate this to the average fan who's out there who maybe doesn't understand all these single A's and 6 A's and 7 A's and these eliminations of classes and adding classes. And then also this year, for the first time, we're going to have a week-long state championship event, and it's going to be in a location that we've never had before down in Mobile at the University of South Alabama. So huge changes. To kind of put this in perspective, for instance, Sachs High School here in Calhoun County this year, they have never been Class 2A ever in history. Piedmont dropping from 3A to 2A. They haven't been in Class 2A in 19 years, since 2007. White Plains, who is first up today, they are dropping down to Class 3A for the first time since 2013. The guy that was coaching that year, a guy named Heath Harmon, who is now the executive director of the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Oxford dropping down to Class 5A for the first time since 2005. It's been 21 years. Josh Niblett was the head coach at Oxford the last time that Oxford was in Class 5A. We have 9 of the 14 schools. Danny mentioned 14 schools that play football here in Calhoun County. 9 of those 14 are changing classifications this year. And I looked this up. I do it the old-fashioned way with pen and paper. No AI, anything like that, because I want to be accurate. I wanted to know how many schools in the Alabama High School Athletic Association are playing in a different classification this year as opposed to just last year in 2025. You know what that number is? 247 schools are playing in a different classification this year than last year. Folks, that is the biggest change. This is the biggest change this year that we've ever had. So you combine the private schools being totally separate, you combine losing 7A, 6A being 32 teams, 5A kind of being squeezed, the 1A through 5A being kind of squeezed down, state championship event expanding out to a week in a new location in Mobile. There's a lot going on in high school football. So I challenge us, it's a challenge for us, and it's a challenge for all of you in the media out there, to educate the average fan out there of all of these changes so that they have an understanding of what's going on. So, Danny, I'm going to turn it back over to you. That's kind of my view of things. And again, I appreciate the opportunity and appreciate everything that the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County does, not only with this media day, but what they do during the season, what they do with the scholarships. And also, I'll just tell you, this is as first class of event as you're going to find in the state of Alabama for high school football media days. Thank you for the hard work you do.
Thank you, John, for those kind words. We try. We want to give our best as a club so that we can let our coaches and players know how much we care about them. So thank you for that update, that overview. It is an exciting time, and a lot of the public schools, quite honestly, are happy about the separation of public and private. But then you've got some private schools that we'll find out a little bit more later on today as we talk to a couple of them. They will be traveling more and have more of an expense account for travel than they've ever had before because of having to cover such a big area. So are we ready, Jordan? All right, let's move right into our first school then. We welcome to the stage at the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the White Plains Wildcats. White Plains competes in 3A Region 4. The head coach of the Wildcats is Coach Clint Smith. Today, Coach Smith has brought with him lineman Hudson Inglesby and wide receiver defensive back Bryson Cheatwood. So, Coach Smith, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
Well, we appreciate you guys having us again this year. This kind of is the kickoff to the season. We appreciate the Calhoun County Quarterback Club for everything that you guys do, and all our reporters and media outlets for covering our team and our school throughout the season. We appreciate the work that you do and look forward to working with you through this season. Today I brought Hudson Inglesby, a senior offensive line defensive lineman, and senior Bryson Cheatwood, wide receiver defensive back.
All right, this is where we need the media now to step up. We have questions. We've got our Captain Tony Ball with a cordless mic out there in the crowd, and we will start with a series of questions. I will ask the first one as Tony, you find somebody else there. Coach, we've got in your region, Weaver is the only county school, but then you've got Asheville, Childersburg, Cleburne County, Handley, Mumford, and Talladega. Now, some of those you've obviously played over the last few years, but how challenging will it be week to week to get ready for schools that maybe we haven't played in the past?
Well, there are several different schools in our region this year. That's exciting with the opportunity to play some new people that maybe these guys or we haven't played in a while. Maybe an opportunity to create some new rivalries. We were in the South, so they sent us south this year. And when you go south from this area, it usually increases your travel, and you lose a lot of those in-county teams that we've played throughout the years. We were able to keep Weaver. Of course, we scheduled Pleasant Valley, so we have those guys. That's our two county schools that we play. And then, some of the schools we've played for a while that we played last year non-region are actually in our region this year. So we're looking forward to the challenge, to the opportunity to kind of go some different places and play some different teams, and we'll see how it goes.
We've got a question on the floor. Yes, sir.
Coach, this is your second season here at White Plains. When you took over the program last season, and now that you have a whole full off season under your belt, where have you seen this team grow the most since you took over?
Well, when we got there last year, by the time, our staff got hired, and we really had about 2 months to go before the season started. So really it was, everything fast forwarded to X's and O's and just trying to get people to understand what we're trying to do offensively and defensively and things like that. Having a full season with them, getting to have an off season with them has really allowed us as coaches to have the opportunity to get to know them, get to know their personalities, get to know what makes them go. And I think that's been the biggest difference is kind of being able to see where people fit, having time to invest in them, having time to build those relationships, so that we can see what works and what doesn't. You know, every team is different. Every strategy is different sometimes, but I think the biggest thing is having the time in the off season to see them a full year in the weight room, see them how they act in every situation, and just getting to know them has been a big deal. And you know, we got great kids. They work their tails off every single day, and we're excited about the upcoming season.
Joe Medley with a question.
Clint, since the elephant in the room is reclassification, what's your take on how it affected you guys, and then just the big picture, how they did that this year?
Well, you know, last time they reclassified, I think we were not even a full student into 4A, so we were probably one of the smallest 3As, you know, in the state, and that makes a difference when it comes to numbers and things like that. But I think 3A is kind of where we naturally belong, and so we knew that we would probably, you know, have a chance to drop to 3A, and so, you know, that's how all that, you know, figured out. You know, as far as the split, as far as, you know, all that kind of goes, you know, I kind of have mixed feelings about it. You know, I think that, you know, for years, you know, everybody talked about private schools and the advantages or disadvantages that they may have over public schools. Maybe, you know, the word recruiting always came into the picture with that kind of thing. But just to be honest with you, there's more public schools recruiting than there is private schools. So when you throw that out there, it's kind of, you know, kind of a mixed bag there. You know, that's one of the biggest issues we have, and you know, I don't think you can put all that on private schools when there's just as many public schools doing it. But you know, around here, you know, in the region, you know, you normally don't really deal with a whole. I liked everybody together from the standpoint of everything being under one voice.
Field and toss the ball back to quarterback sometimes. Why were you there? What did you think about the purpose of showing up from the get go?
Yeah, I think just showing up there, it just shows that they have my support. I support them as much as I hope that they support me, and as I just wanted to be a help coach, help whatever they needed, and just show my support. It was raining out there, and they've been out there all day, and so I was like, "What's the least I could do?" I was going to be sitting at the house anyways, so I just had to show up, and I was just give them my support. So.
Bryson, I saw you make some nice catches in Piedmont. Do you think that the offense will be a little more pass oriented this year?
Yes, sir. Playing all last season, we made some big plays, and having a coach that does so much like that, like Coach Ed, he's so offense oriented, and having Crew Martin make them plays and reads, he's gotten so much better.
You mentioned Crew Martin. Coach, takes just a second and talk about your quarterback this year.
Yeah, Crew. You know, this will be his third year starting. You know, he's grown. He's you know, his leadership skills have grown. He's gotten so much better in different ways, and you know, he's a great teammate. He's a great leader. Does a really good job of getting our offense going, and you know, he's kind of a dual threat guy. He can run it just as good as he can throw it, and gives us another weapon back there to do that. But Crew's done an outstanding job, and he just continued to grow in really every aspect of his game, and you know, looking forward to him having a really good senior season.
Coach, I have a question for you, but first, Hudson, I agree 100%. It's so much better to be out and with friends and at football than it is just sitting around the house. Coach, if you could just fill us in on both the players you brought and what kind of people they are and what kind of players.
Well, you know, it didn't take me long when I got to White Plains to, you know, to notice these two, to notice how they did everything, you know, that they do in the weight room, in the classroom, on the practice field. And so, you know, I was naturally drawn to them and really just getting to know them. We've got a team full of great kids. We've got a team full of hard workers. You know, just like you mentioned with Hudson showing up, they support each other. You know, they're in the trenches together. But it was just these two guys right here just really stood out with the way they did things and the way they led, not necessarily vocally, but by example. And I knew they were going to be two really good, just kind of, I guess, pictures of our program and what we want to accomplish with all of our kids.
Coach Short with a question.
Yeah, Coach, when you first got to White Plains, you talked about, your facilities and, what all you had done at Jacksonville to bring those facilities up to par. Could you talk a little bit today about where you are in your facility upgrade and where the field stands today?
Yeah, we have gravel out on the field, and they're working every day to try to get it done by the season, which they will. It's been a great improvement. The field is going to be awesome. Having turf, having had it before, I understand all the benefits of it and the way that we're able to do things on it. But the field's going to be awesome. They're supposed to have it done by the first game. The turf should be going down in the next few days to a week, and then once that process starts with the turf, it kind of goes pretty quickly. It's all the other stuff that kind of takes time, and when you have rain and things like that puts people behind. With all the things that they have to do, but it's a lot of progress out there with the field, and it's taking shape. We're fixing to start on a new field house. That's definitely going to be something that our kids will benefit from, with a new locker room, film room, offices, things like that. So that's going to be really nice to have, big upgrade for us. And so just really appreciate our county and our school board for allowing us to do those type things so that we can have the things and our kids have the things that we need in order to compete.
This is for the, here we go. This is for the players. Hudson, off the field, your name's pretty big right now, and leadership wise, tell us a little bit about how these younger guys look at you. And then Bryson, both of y'all kind of tell us what you think of what Coach Smith has done and how much you guys care about him. Does he have fun at practice? Do y'all ever get a minute to laugh about it or whatever? But kind of give us your leadership roles there at the school off the field, and then what you think about Coach during practice and on the field.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so my leadership role in specific, like I think the younger kids really look up to me. I take as advantage of that and really try to lead by example. I've become more a vocal leader. I've noticed in my years playing. I think it's been necessary as well. Definitely just trying to lead by example. I think just how I carry myself throughout the day. Like there's some hard times of practice where it's like you gotta show up and be that guy that's like you just gotta make through it. And then going on to what Coach Smith, I think he's been a great coach for us. Just bringing that energy to the program, new faces and new ideas. He's been a great coach.
Kind of like what Hudson said. Main thing is leading by example, because looking at them younger kids, they don't know much really. And me and Hudson, I feel like, are the two best leaders on the team, and we show them younger kids what to do, what not to do. And Coach Smith, I mean, we joke at practice all the time. It's fun having him out there, but he gets serious sometimes, and it's always fun.
And I'll say this, Hudson, it's no secret about his recruitment and things like that. But what he don't realize maybe is how good that is for our school, how good that is for our team and our community. Every day of spring practice, we had college coaches on our campus watching practice. And we're talking about Arkansas, South Carolina, Florida State, all the big names, and that gave them an opportunity not just to see Hudson, but it got them opportunity to see other people. And I think that was a really big thing. And Hudson is one of the most humble people, and Bryson as well. They go out there and they do their job, but just being able to have those guys on campus at White Plains and at our spring game and all the things was really big for all of our kids. Not necessarily just for Hudson. And I think that just goes to show you can get anywhere you want to get to from White Plains, Alabama. You know, everybody talks about you got to go here for more exposure. You got to go here for this and that. You know, I mean, this guy right here is proof that that's not true. And just so that's been really good for our whole program and community is you know, just being able to have those guys out there every day.
A follow up to that question to the two players. I've learned, and now you're learning, that leadership quite often is just an opportunity to serve. What are one or two things that you two guys are doing this year that maybe you didn't do in the past, but you feel like you need to do it as in the way of serving? Give me an example.
I think showing up to like the 7-on-7, I think that was just a way to show like I'm not even a part of it, but just to be there and be able to like I was keeping the balls dry, like just like little stuff that like you probably wouldn't think it needs to be done, but whatever needs to be done, just get it done. And if you see something that needs to get done, just do it. That's kind of how I've seen it, and just taking initiative for sure.
One thing is showing up, doing the right thing. One thing we didn't have in the past is vocal leaders, and that's something we still need. Me and Hudson still struggle on that, but that's one thing is being vocal to the younger kids and everybody on the team.
Guys, just curious, you know, I know there's a trend of, you know, teams going to turf and everything. You guys are getting turf. I'm just curious as to how excited you are that White Plains is getting turf.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think that's gonna free up our coaches like that. I remember seeing them Thursday nights painting the field. I think that's just gonna give them a lot of leeway there, and them cutting the fields, everything. It's gonna take a lot off their plate. It's gonna be able to give us Thursday morning practices. Like we're not gonna be fighting the dew in the morning, and just it's gonna open up a lot of opportunities just to be able to practice on the field and get game like scenarios throughout the week. We usually practice on our baseball field, and so that just it gives us a whole world of opportunities that we probably wouldn't have on turf on regular.
Yeah, practicing on the main field with turf like every single week or every single day, and that's one thing, and it's gonna look a lot better. And like what Hudson said, we're gonna start practicing Thursday mornings, and it makes it so much better without the dew.
This about wraps up our time with White Plains. Coach, if you will, give us your final thoughts on this season coming up.
Yeah, you know, we're excited about the season, excited about the new opportunities in our region. You know, I've got an outstanding group of young men that work extremely hard, and a great group of coaches. White Plains is a great community, very supportive, and we're just looking forward to the season, looking forward to working with you guys as we move forward, and go Wildcats.
Coach, we appreciate you and those players. Good luck to the White Plains Wildcats in 2026. Coming up next in 5 minutes, the Ohatchee Indians on the stage. with the Ohatchee Indians. Ohatchee competes in 2A Region 6. The head coach of the Indians is Coach Blake Jennings. Today, Coach Jennings has brought with him linebacker, fullback, do-it-all guy, Gus Hunter, and running back linebacker, Jaden Siegler. Coach Jennings, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
Hey, we appreciate y'all here at the Quarterback Club having us today. This is just such a good thing for our kids here in Calhoun County. I heard a coach the other day, I think it was with Joe in one of his interviews, just talking about how he's in South Alabama and he's only been interviewed maybe 3 or 4 times throughout his career, and he comes to Calhoun County, he's already been interviewed 5 or 6. And it just goes back to what you guys do here for the media and really just displaying these kids and show them what they do on a daily basis. And that's what it's all about, getting these student athletes out there for everybody else to see. But we appreciate y'all and having us down here today.
All right, with that, we'll open it up to the media. I've got one question, Coach. The region, thank goodness, with the realignment, we was able to keep some of our county rivals. I know the 2A Region 6 is Ohatchee, Piedmont, Pleasant Valley, Sacs, and Walter Welborn, along with Gaston, Vincent, and West End. Talk a little bit about those 4 other schools that are within our county line here, and what it means to be able, not only for the gate, for the fans, but just for the players and the coaches to be able to compete against people that you know.
Yes, sir. We get this new region, but we're familiar with a lot of those faces, and that's what makes it fun when you've got Piedmont, Welborn, Sacs, Pleasant Valley, all us. We're just right here on top of each other, and your longest road trip is 25, 30 minutes down the road for the most part. Well, Vincent will be a road game, so it'll be a little further, but here in Calhoun County, it just makes for a great atmosphere on Friday nights. And we all think back to when we played, high school football, and that's what you remember. You remember Friday night, you remember 7 o'clock running on the field, and when there's a lot of people out there, it's just the experience for these kids, and I think that's a big deal. We're not having to travel very far at all, and that's what's fun. It makes it fun for every Friday. And these kids, they all know each other, so – and that's a big deal. And so when they get older one day and they've got buddies that played at Pleasant Valley or played at Welborn, they'll get together and they'll talk about it. They'll when they see each other out, and they'll definitely remember it. So I think that's just such a big deal with that part of it. And again, the short bus trips and everything else, it just makes it really easy.
Blake, what was the inspiration for the new helmet look this year? And then for Jaden and Gus, what do you think about it?
The helmet, I went back with the red because they had red helmets at Ohatchee for a long time. They won a state championship in 1977. They're wearing red helmets, and I just went back and looking through old yearbooks, and you seen, they had some white helmets here and there, but for the most of the part throughout the school's history, it's been a red helmet. I think it got changed in about 2013 or so. Coach Martin changed it to white. And one of those things, easily when you change it to white, you can get one quicker, when it comes to getting a helmet painted, or you need a new one. And I think that makes the ease of things a little bit. But I just went with it. I love the red. I love the look of, we've got new jerseys this year too that we'll be breaking out, some white ones and some red ones that will match the helmet. And it's kind of based off of a look that Georgia wears, and that's what looks good to me. And I just think when you think of Ohatchee, you think of red. When we get a first down, Steve Taylor screams, "Go Big Red!" And so I think you go with a red helmet, and it's just us.
And that's what I remember as growing up. We always had red helmets. My brother, when he was in high school, he had red helmets. So when I remember Ohatchee, I think of red, go Big Red, like Coach said. So I mean, it's good to get back to our traditions and what we used to have, and I love it.
Yeah, I love it too. It's a nice, clean look. It's nice and slick.
Got a question on the second row here.
Coach, you get a transfer linebacker in Case Tittle from Cherokee County. What role will he play in your defense and offense? He played tight end.
Yes, sir. Case went to Ohatchee, I think, through the 7th grade, and his dad, was a principal at Ohatchee for 9 years, and then he goes to Cherokee County, and his dad's retired. They live about a mile from the school, and he's back at Ohatchee High School now. But the biggest thing that he's going to play tight end for us, he's going to play linebacker for us. But I think one of the biggest things that Case brings for us is fire and energy. He brings a lot to us from that aspect. You know, Case played at Cherokee County, where they went to the state championship 3 years in a row. He was a part of that. Last year, they go into the playoffs. He's a part of that, so he knows what it takes at that level, and that's our goal at Ohatchee High School: win region championships, compete to win state championships. That's always going to be the goal. There's never going to be any less, and he knows what it takes on that. But it's like I told him last night at practice, because we practiced at midnight last night for the first full padded practice, so we had a late night, and I had to get on him a little bit at practice just because he is like getting after it, and he's trying to get on guys, and it's in a one-on-one drill, and he goes a little bit after the whistle, but he's just bringing fire. He's bringing energy. He's trying to do everything he can to bring everybody else's energy up at practice, and that's been a really good thing for us and what Case has brought for sure.
Jaden, Gus, describe what it's like to have Case as a teammate.
He does. He brings the fire. Like, he's always the one hooping and hollering at practice, jumping around, running around, just doing crazy stuff, just hooping and hollering. And it means a lot because we're not used to that. And when somebody comes in and brings that energy, it picks up everybody up around him. So it means a lot.
Yeah, he just brings the aggression for the team. It helps out. And that's what you want a team, is to be more aggressive.
So midnight practice last night. How did that go? I mean, just give us some impressions of practicing at midnight.
We kind of had we treated it like a camp this week. They came in every day. They were there at 6:30. Did our attendance at 6:30. We practiced in the mornings. We lifted. We watched film. We did special teams practices. They were there from about 6:30 to 1 every single day this week. Well, then yesterday did the same thing, but then we brought them back for pictures. Fed them, did all those things, had a little bit of fun after, had some stuff out there they could do, and kids had a good time. You know, it was more of a lot of team building going on, and then, some of the coaches probably weren't a little happy with midnight practice. They were looking a little sluggish, but the kids, man, they were fired up. We're out there hollering and screaming. I had Coach Williamson. It's like, you can't play the music at practice tonight. People are asleep. Well, we're playing the music tonight at practice. It's going to happen. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun. We may be a little tired today, but we had a good time last night, and I think the kids enjoyed it because these guys taught me back, we're talking about it in March or so. Hey, we need to do a midnight practice for the first full padded practice, and I didn't know what to think about it. Well, they stayed on me, and we ended up doing it, and it was a lot of fun. I think it's something we'll do from now on.
Coach, you mentioned something a few moments ago about Friday nights, how special they are. I want to ask Gus and Jaden, as you kind of wind down your high school career, what will they mean this year as opposed to the years past, Gus?
I mean, more than anything, I've been at Ohatchee since kindergarten. Like, I've been going to the games at the Creek Bank for the longest time, 2018, 2019, them deep semis runs, like, there's nothing like it. Nothing like it over there on the Creek Bank, and it means a lot to be here for my last ride.
Yeah, Friday nights are honestly the best thing. And just go out to win. That's what you want to do.
There's such a rich history there. But, Coach, I want to go back again one more time, and the players feel free to jump in. When we talk about 2A football, for years and years, the Indians were, 2A, and they moved up to 3A, and we're back in 2A with this realignment. You've got three, Gaston, Vincent, and West End. And, I kind of feel sorry for those three schools because they've got to come play 5 schools in Calhoun County that are over the last 10, 15, 20 years. When you look at playoff football, I mean, you see Ohatchee, Piedmont, Sachs has had their run over the years, and, of course, Walter Welborn's right there. What do you feel like coming into this region? You want to represent Calhoun County, obviously, but when you play these other 3 schools, will it be any different on a Friday night than lining up against, the Wildcats or the Panthers?
I don't think so. You think about Vincent, man, they had a really good team last year. They got put out in the second round by Pisgah. They're going to have a bunch of athletes. They do a really good job down there consistently for the past, 4 or 5 years. Gaston, playing Gaston, West End, we haven't played them in as much here lately, but I do know Gaston has had a running back move in who's got offers maybe to Pittsburgh and a few other places, and he's dynamic. He's very dynamic. And then West End, like I said, it's been a long time since we played those guys, but at the end of the day, our guys are worried about New Hope right now. That's what we're worried about. We're worried about August 21st, and we've kept it on the board for a long time, you know, you've got X amount of days to get 1% better before we kick that thing off against New Hope on August the 21st. And that's really where our mind's at. You know, win that game, and then we'll worry about the next. Room with our younger guys. And I think we've got some depth coming with that group of 10th graders and our group of juniors who are really going to be able to help us this year, going to be able to contribute and do some of those things where these guys maybe aren't having to play as both ways as much, and they're able to get a breather. And that's a big deal when you're playing teams like Piedmont who are running, you know, 11 on and 11 off, you know, in our first region game. I think that's a huge deal, and that you're going to get that. We're going to get that with New Hope. They're bigger school than us, bigger classification. Just got to be in great shape. And that's one thing they've done in the weight room throughout the offseason is work so hard and being ready for that task when it comes.
We've got a couple of more minutes. Let me expound on that, being in great shape. Obviously, most of the kids young men that we see here today will be the elite of the team. That's why the coach brought them, and many of them, the majority, will be playing both ways like you two guys are. Coach, with that being said, conditioning has to be such a strong part of being prepared to play. Do you think conditioning is any different than it was 20, 25 years ago when you played at Alexandria?
I don't think it is, and I think your conditioning comes more from, we can run our sprints, we can run our suicides at the end of practice, but I think it comes back to how you practice, and that's what we're trying to get our guys to realize. I think yesterday morning, during our practice yesterday morning was one of our best practices we've had because we got after it, and everybody was trying to play fast, and it took a little bit of, somebody getting popped in the mouth a little bit to bring that out, but when that happened yesterday morning, the last 40 minutes of practice, I felt like we're really, really good. It felt like you were on a Friday night playing football. Some guys were kind of going through the motions maybe at times, but then, we had one or two guys lay a blow on somebody and some people get challenged, and that made a big difference for us. And so I think that part gets you in better shape for Friday nights, because we all know game shape and just, running shape's two different things. It's going to take 2 to 3 games to get in game shape, but we want to be in as the best shape possible as we can August 21st for that first game.
All right. Any other questions from our media friends? If not, Coach Jennings, we'll take your parting remarks and give us your thoughts on how this season's going to shake out.
Yes, sir. I got these two guys up here with me, and I've got Gus and Jaden up here with me, and I've got Case and Braxton Davis in the back. And these guys came with me today because they're our leaders. They're our guys that have really pushed us. Braxton, Jaden, and Gus since last November, and then Case moves in June. They've done a great job of that. I'm real big on leadership, and that's what I told our guys, and what does it take for us to become a champion this year. And we've put up some stuff in our weight room. We've put some stuff in our field house, the pillars and the pyramid and the things it takes to become a champion. And that's really what we've preached on and what we're going to continue to preach on. And, not necessarily just leading by example and being silent, but being a vocal leader. Because if you're not a vocal leader, to me, in my opinion, you let the standard down. And what's the standard? The standard's to be a champion. So you got to constantly preach it to everybody in that building, and everybody's constantly got to hear it. And I think if we don't do those things, we let ourselves down. And I think these kids have done a good job of that. And just the work they've put in since last November, I'm super excited to see all the work they've put in for them on August the 21st. I tell them a lot, practice is really more for the coaches. We get to put our stamp on it. We get to do all these things. We're out there helping you, but Friday night I have to stand by that sideline. They don't let me out there. It's up to y'all at that point. And these kids have done a good job of that. And that's that's what I'm most proud of, and we're excited for August 21st.
We sense that excitement for you, Coach, and the players. And for the Ohatchee Indians, good luck this season. We'll be watching you all the way through. Coming up next on the stage, Weaver Bearcats in 5 minutes. And now welcome to the stage at the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Weaver Bearcats. Weaver competes in 3A Region 4. The head coach of the Bearcats is Logan Brooks. Today, Coach Brooks has brought with him quarterback Connor Hyatt and lineman Caden Green. Coach Brooks, we will start with your opening comments, and welcome to Calhoun County.
Hey, man, I appreciate y'all having me. A little bit about me, just because I know I'm new face up here, and I'm not from around here, man. I'm from South Alabama. Moved up here because of my wife. She's Alexandria alum. We won't hold that against her. She's one of them Valley Cubs, but she's gonna be wearing red and black. But man, I'm from South Alabama. We moved up here to get kind of closer to her family. Man, and ever since I've been here, I fell in love with the community of Weaver, the surrounding areas in Calhoun County, and I think this is really cool, man. That's what I was just telling these guys about. A lot of kids don't get this opportunity, man. I just appreciate what y'all do, everything that y'all do for them and then the kids. And, man, we're excited to get going. We had a first full day of pads this morning. That's why we was a little late getting here. But I'm just excited for everything to get going, man, and let everybody see what we've been working on.
Coach, tell us a little bit about the two men you brought with you today.
Man, they just work. You know, Caden Green, I know he looks like he's 30, all right, but he's 18 years old. All right, and he's just been around. He's I think this is his 5th year starting. He knows a lot of ball, man. He just works. You know, he hasn't missed a single practice since I've been here, and I really challenged him. You know, when I first got here, everybody talked about how great Caden Green was. There's always room for improvement. So I've been on him. He asked me this morning, Coach, why are you always on me? Man, because I want you to be great. You know, and I told him that when I first got here, that we wasn't going to be satisfied with anything. You know, man, he's just a hard worker in the classroom, in the community, a great leader. Everybody in the weight room, locker room, they always follow this cat. Now, Connor, on the other side, he's a new kid. You know, well, he's not new to Weaver. He's new to football. He's a baseball kid. And when I first saw Connor throw a baseball, man, I was like, I got to have this guy on the football team. That's one thing when I first got here, man, I went to everything. You know, I recruited the hallways, went to band, went to wrestling, everywhere. You know, I just wanted guys to come out and be a part of what we was going. Connor was one of those guys that came out, man, he just fell in love with it. And he's picked it up so quick. And, man, he's got a really good arm, and he's really smart. And he's really taking command of the offense, man. And we had one of our best days this morning, and it was because of these two guys sitting up here.
Well said. Question.
Coach, first year head coach for Weaver. And, you know, coming into a new team, you know, it can get kind of challenging. You know, you got to set up what you want to build at a new program. So what kind of program do you want to build at Weaver? What kind of culture you want to set? And how has the team bought into that culture and vision?
Well, man, like my first day here, you know, I wanted to build relationships, you know, and it's been that way since I got here. You know, I wanted to build relationships with everybody in the school, not just the football team, not just the athletes, but with the staff, with the people in the community. And, man, that's what we done. We went to everything. You know, if there was a chess match, we was going to be there. And I told our admin, they're back in the back now, that, man, I was going to be embedded in this community. One thing about our players, they know that Coach Brooks going to be there. And I'm going to love them, and I'm going to love them. I'm going to coach them hard now. I'm going to coach them hard, but I'm going to love them even harder. One thing that we want to build is a tough daggone football team, man, for one. You know, we're going to be tough in the daggone trenches. But another thing is culture, man. Culture's not built in a day, but it's built daily. And we're trying to build something here and trying to build a culture that they can't not live without, you know, and that's in the weight room, in the classroom, and on the field. And, yeah, man, it's been kind of tough with the terminology and all that, man, but I never shy away from coaching. You know, I got in this for the kids, and I love it. And they've really bought into it. Change ain't always easy, all right, but they've come into it, and they jump right in, man, and we've been getting after it. And that's a testament to these two guys sitting up here, because they're part of our leadership council, man, and they get after it day in and day out. So when you have guys like that and the great leadership that we do have on this team, man, it makes my job easy, because it's more about football, and they already know what the standards are, because we meet every Monday. We have a leadership council that meets every Monday, and, man, I kind of just let them run it. You know, I kind of give them what the points are, you know, what we need to be working on, and I give it to them, man. And we're a player-led team, and it's really fun to coach this team, man.
Connor, Caden, Coach, you can jump in on this question as well. What has this team done during the offseason that you make believe this season can be special? Because obviously, it's been rough past couple years, but what have y'all done this offseason that can make this season special?
Um, well, during the off season, a lot of our players we try to get as much work in as we can possible, going on the field and throwing the football around, getting snaps in, blocking schemes, trying to get everything down. We continue to work every day, and even during the off season, we try to eat right, try to hydrate, try to work out, go to gyms, and get around as much as possible. So as much as we possibly could, we try to get as much work in as we can. Trying to get around and get ready for the season. So.
Can you repeat that question?
So, what have y'all done this season or this off season to, that make believe that this season can be a special season?
We like Hayden said, blocking schemes, passing game, weight room especially, and yeah.
I kind of jump in real quick. One big thing that we wanted to build here was a team, man, and a team atmosphere and a loving everybody. All right, so what we did is the start of summer camp, we went to Shaka Springs. And, man, at Shaka, man, they do a really great job out there of doing team building exercises. And one thing that I really wanted us to do was a team. When you're trying to turn a program around, man, everybody's got to be bought in. And that comes from the top all the way down to the bottom. And so, man, we went to Shaka Springs, and, man, we had a great time there. We did some hard things. I think every young man in life should go through something tough. And that's one of the things that have been our motto, man, is choose tough, choose hard. And, man, when we went to Shaka Springs, man, they didn't have no cell phones. We all stayed together in the dorm. And, man, seeing all those guys just come together as a team has been really helpful for us. And I think it's going to be something that we continue to do every year that I'm here. Just them bonding, man, is awesome. And then being able to communicate with the actual team building activities that Shaka Springs does. So I think that was really good to open it up our team bonding, you know what I mean? Especially with just everybody being new to the program and all that. So having a strong foundation, man, we want this thing built on rock, not sand. So that's kind of what we did to kind of roll into the summer.
Connor, what was Coach Brooks's pitch, his recruiting pitch to get you out for football? And then what's it like, to come out for football and now you're the starting quarterback and sitting here?
It's different. First day, I went to his office, and we were drawing up plays. I didn't know one thing I was doing. I was so lost. But now that I'm out here now, it's special. Like, I wish I started sooner. And I'm glad he got me out here, and I'm ready for the season.
Guys, I'm just kind of curious as to what your impressions of Coach Brooks has been so far. New coach and everything. Just talk a little bit about some impressions that you've gotten from him so far.
So when Coach Brooks first got here, I heard about him, and I didn't know what to think, honestly. Moving new coaches here and there, it's a struggle because as a leader on the team, you have to adjust to your head coach. You have to get on the same level as your head coach. So, but when I first met him, he looked me. He was good at looking in the eyes. Like, he looked me right in my eyes and said we was gonna work this season. So, but as soon as we got out there and we started more working together, I thought he was crazy at first. But he told me, he challenged me. He said he was gonna work me. He said he was gonna make sure I made it to the collegiate level and I was gonna go D1. So. First impressions was pretty high. I thought he was pretty good coach. So
My first impression was that he was a winner. He wanted to win, and he wanted me to go out there and succeed, and yeah.
Yeah, guys, as a former administrator and coach as a former principal over here too, what does it mean to you two to look out here and see your principal and assistant principals supporting you?
Man, that means everything. From day one, they've been that supportive group, man. And you know, in our interview, when I interviewed with Mr. Brazier and Miss Sanders back there, man, I told them I wanted them to be involved from the top down. Like my job as a football coach is to make their job as administrators easy. Whether that is, you know, going into the classroom and just building relationships with everybody. You know, one of our mottos in the county is building excellence. And what does that look like? And that's excellence in the classroom first, right? In the classroom first, in the community, and then on the football field. I think it goes hand in hand, man, and I feel like they really understand that. As a head coach, man, it's awesome to see them, and they're always there. They're always there, no matter what we do. Every day at practice, we see them come down there on the golf cart, and they checking in on us. Always asking us what we need, and man, that takes a burden off of me as a head coach, man, and I love them to death. They know it. I tell them all the time, man. I do. And man, what we have at Weaver is special. It's a special group. It's a special close-knit community in the school, in the community, and it boils down into the sports.
Coach, we've got a question in the back. This gentleman that just stood up is a former teacher, principal, Calhoun County superintendent, but he'll always be a Weaver Bearcat.
God bless
you. Joe Dyer. Joe, you got a question?
Yes, thank you for letting me ask you a couple of questions. Talk to us a little bit about building the program from the ground up with the elementary school and the youth leagues. You know, all the successful programs around, they primarily are going to be from the ground up with the youth facilities and all those coaches. Tell me a little bit about what you're beginning to do from that aspect and next steps.
So, man, one of the first things I did here was we had a signing day for the sixth graders coming into seventh grade. Man, we did it just how colleges do it. We had them a letter of intent, you know, with the folders. We took the pictures just like how you would if you were signing a scholarship. Those guys are important to us. We want them to feel like they was a part of what we do. I go down to the elementary school every week just to check in on them, make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Even in the off season, when of our guys that were coming up to the high school, they had all-stars and baseball and all that, man, I wanted to go to as many games as possible. I wanted them to know that I was going to be there. One of my big coaching points is, man, that the kids don't know they don't care about what you know until they know about how much you care, man. And that's one thing that every single kid that I coach will never be able to say is Coach Brooks don't care about them. Because I don't care about what they can do for me on Friday nights. I don't care if they ever catch a pass from me on Friday nights, man. I'm going to be there for them, regardless. And it starts at the lower level. We had a youth camp. We had a youth coaches clinic. I want everybody in the community of Weaver, man, if you're going to be a part of it, I want Coach Brooks to be accessible to you. Whatever I can do to help you out as a coach, man, because the Little League coaches, they don't get paid a dime. So they do it out of the love of the game. And anything that I can help them out with as far as like scheme-wise or them just coming up and seeing me, you know. As a young guy, man, when I went out on Saturdays and we was playing, it was something special to see the head football coach at your game. You know, and that's something I want to build here at Weaver, man. They're always going to see me. You're going to see me at the dollar store, you know, right down the road. You know, I'm going to be in this community, man. And I go to church in Weaver. My daughter, she's starting pre-K in Weaver. We're going to be here, man. And that's kind of how we're going to build it, man. And we're building something special, but we ain't done yet.
Coach, before we get to your closing comments, tell us a little bit about your background. Most head coaches, before they get to that position, they were a position coach. And were you always kind of aligned on the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball? Tell us a little bit about your background.
Well, man, actually, I started on the defensive line. When I went with Coach Fountain at Escambia County, I was a defensive line coach. And then I kind of transitioned from there to the offensive line. Was an offensive line coach to begin with. Then I got up with a previous head coach who I have is one of my mentors now, is Vincent Harris. He's an defensive line coach now at Auburn, but he was an offensive guy. He was from T.R. Miller. And when he first came in, kind of told him about my dreams and aspirations of being a head coach. And he challenged me, man. He put me in difficult spots, and he moved me from the offensive line to receivers. And that really helped me in my progression as a coach, seeing the whole field and not just predominantly the box. From a wide receivers coach, then I went to run game coordinator. Then I was offensive coordinator for better part of the last 3 years.
So you've covered both sides of the ball, which you need that being a head coach, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Coach, give us your closing comments and what your thoughts are on this upcoming season for Weaver Bearcats.
Man, I'm just excited. I'm excited for this season, man. I'm excited for these guys. One of the things I would like to, I'm proud of them, man. Like I'm proud of the way that we've competed this summer. I think that we're going to surprise some people, but we still got to continue to love the work. And man, that's one thing that we haven't shied away from, and that's being physical and being tough and being disciplined. That's what we're going to bring on Friday nights. We're going to attack all areas of the field, man, and all on kickoff, we're going to put pressure on you. On kickoff return, we're going to come with it. On punt, we're coming with it. There's not going to be any kind of free periods. When you play Weaver Bearcats, it's going to be 40 minutes, 48 minutes, and we're going to be putting pressure on you all day, all night.
Well said. Connor, Caden, we look forward to watching you two guys all season and seeing you progress. We wish you the best of luck. And, Coach, again, welcome to Calhoun County. We hope you're here for a long time.
Hey, man, I appreciate y'all.
All right, that's the Weaver Bearcats, 3A Region 4. Coming up next on the stage, the Pleasant Valley Raiders. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Days presented by the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County. Next up on the stage, under the lights, is the Pleasant Valley Raiders. Pleasant Valley competes in 2A Region 6. The Raiders are coached by Jonathan Nix. Coach Nix has brought with him today quarterback, linebacker Braxton Salster, and wide receiver, defensive back Cooper Dougal. Am I pronouncing that right?
That's it.
Coach Nix, we will start with your opening comments.
Hey, well, I'd just like to say thank y'all again for doing this each year. I think this is one of the best media days around, and we always appreciate being invited and being able to talk about our program and how it's growing each year. And it's always exciting when you get to bring leaders to brag on them, and there's so many leaders on this team. So before I introduce, Braxton and Cooper, we were talking out there. I think we've got 8 or more seniors this year that's got 30-plus games under their belt, and that's 30-plus games of experience. I'm not saying that all of them started in all 30 games, but they did get playing time in that. And you take somebody like Braxton, I think when we play White Plains, it'll be game 41, and Cooper will be around 31, 32 of starting. So we've got a lot of experience, with a veteran team. Knowing how to do things, and the standard is the standard, and these guys set a good example of that each week. We're coming off of fall camp right here, so they got the day off today, but the last 3 days has been brutal with camp, and just love how camp went. I love the leadership, love the coaching staff, the enthusiasm. We're on a brand new turf field. Man, God is good, life is good, and so I want to introduce these guys. This is Braxton Salster, quarterback, linebacker, one of our core leaders on the team, and this is Cooper Dougal, wide receiver, DB, and both of them's got unique stories. Braxton, I know you've seen that, things are blowing up with him in the media. I mean, he's signed a full ride to Virginia Tech. So excited about that. Be the first Division I football player from Pleasant Valley to go, and then on the other side, Cooper Dougal, last year, not many times in small school ball do you get this, but, he's an all-state player, all county in basketball, all area in basketball, all county in baseball, all area in baseball. And so when you talk about a 3-sport athlete and you talk about 2 guys up here doing things the right way that believe in our community, believe in our culture, believe in the things we're doing, man, we couldn't have picked 2 better ones.
Great. We appreciate you being here. We'll start with questions here on the second row there.
Coach, y'all set a program record last year with 10 wins and also scored 464 points. And on top of that, went to the playoffs and got your first ever playoff victory. Do you think that gives y'all motivation entering this season to make a deep playoff run and possibly a state championship?
Definitely. I think it gave both of these guys and the team motivation in the offseason. And, and they didn't waste any time. They didn't waste any time when the season was over. Walker Roper was a really good one when that season was over. Hey, we've got to get in the weight room. We've got to get stronger. We've got to get faster. And all of these guys built into that, bought into that. And I mean, they're so what, now what, be where your feet are. And I just think the belief they have in doing things the right way is just starting to pay off. And year after year, just being consistent with that and being running water and making sure that you're, all paddling in the same direction.
Absolutely. And speaking of your region, moved to Region 2A, or 2A Region 6, my bad. But Piedmont, Ohatchee, Sacs, Welborn all moved down to 2A as well, which kind of gives y'all a tough week in, week out schedule. And then you also have Vincent, who's also coming off a great playoff run. Do you believe that the team, what do you believe that the team has to do consistently to separate itself from the rest of the competition?
I just think you got to believe in the process. Like day to day, we've got, like right now, we got week 0 coming up. And that's with White Plains, and that's where all of our energy is going each day. But it's, it's are you doing the things that when those lights turn on, are you doing the things on a daily habit of making sure that, You know, first you make your habits, then your habits make you. Well, what kind of habits are you choosing each day? And, you know, when you have core leaders like this that's pumping that into the team, and you have a coaching staff like we have pumping that in and reinforcing it. And then on top of that, you know, I love to brag on my parents. Like our parents, you know, there for a while it was tough because, you know, what you hear at home matters. What you hear at home matters. And like our players at home are hearing you suit up and you do the best you can. You believe in each other. You believe in the coaching staff. You believe in the community. And that's really the turning point. Because if you get 2 or 3 people believing something different and spreading that poison, well, you can't beat this team because of this. You've only been a high school this many years. You've only done this. You get a lot of ifs, you know. We like the ands instead of the ifs, you know. Hey, you're a good player and you work hard in the weight room and you're a good teammate and good things are coming your way.
Joe?
Braxton, at a time when players changing schools is kind of situation normal, what's it meant for you, for this group of players to be accomplishing what you're accomplishing at Pleasant Valley?
I mean, it's really big to us. I mean, we've had these goals our entire life to come in. We're gonna be the group to win that playoff game. We're gonna be the group to change how Pleasant Valley is looked at upon everybody around this area and make it known to the state. And so that's our whole goal. That's what we've been accomplishing, and that's what we're gonna keep accomplishing. I feel like we've done a really good job of when it's our time to come and show what we're gonna do. We've prepared like we've needed to. We've came in and we've worked our tails off week in and week out, and we've fought every game to the best of our ability. And I just think that we're just going to continue to do that.
We've got another question before we get to that. Let me ask this one if I can stay away from this speaker here. This is for all 3 of y'all. Up until 2 years ago, when you looked at the schedule and you were in that 3A region, when you had Piedmont, Ohatchee, Wellborn, Sachs, it was a different mentality, but something's happened that we've all noticed over the last 2 years at Pleasant Valley. Maybe that move down was just what y'all needed to get that confidence back, but it's a different swagger. It's a different feel. Now that old region is put back together, I feel like on Friday nights, Braxton, as you're going into, you're playing Ohatchee, you're playing Wellborn or whatever, it's going to be different than it was 2 or 3 years ago. What's your thoughts on both of you guys thinking about that now based on the success y'all have had the last 2 years?
I mean, honestly, in my opinion, it's just football. It's a game we're supposed to go out and enjoy, and it doesn't matter who you're playing on Friday night. If it's section or if it is someone in our county. I just think that no matter what, you go into the game thinking the same, no matter who your opponent is. If I'm playing somewhere 4 hours away or if I'm playing someone 15 minutes away, I'm just grateful to play the great game of football, and that's how I'm going to look at it. I'm just going to see it as a sport that you're supposed to have fun with.
I just believe that we're looking to go 1-0 every week. I just think being able to play the great game of football is really a blessing to everyone that's able to play it. And you know, going here in Calhoun County this year, we've got a good schedule, and I'm glad that we get to compete. And in the schedule we have, old region or not, just being able to play a great game of football is just a true blessing to everybody.
Coach, they gave great answers. Some would say politically correct answers. You've been doing this a long time. You've got to be excited now about where you're at now and your team and this program playing those teams in the county versus where you were at 3, 4, 5 years ago. It's got to be more exciting.
It is, and I'm going to say this too. You know, if you want to go back 3 or 4 years ago, I mean, there was a year where we went 5-5 back-to-back years, and our region went to the quarterfinals. Our region came to the quarterfinals 2 years in a row. And so, like you use a golf analogy, you know, if a golfer goes out there and shoots minus 12, is that a good day or a bad day for him? Sometimes minus 12 won't get you first place, though. But still, you did your very best. So some days it might take a minus 15. But sometimes you don't even know who the minus 15 is because you're playing your game, you're where your feet are, and you're on the 17th hole. You don't know what the score is up there. And so, like with this team here, we just got to be where our feet is. Like sometimes the history, All right, it can be rat poison also, because you start thinking about that. All right, and so it doesn't matter. You know, sometimes the hardest teams to coach are the ones that are letting blurry stuff get in their way. You know, we got to be where our feet are. It really doesn't matter 3 years ago if we were 5-5 or we were 2-8. What matters is right now we're 0-0 and we're going into the season. And so the confidence that's going into that is confidence that these guys have done things the right way. So why would they not look in the mirror? Why would they not be excited about what they're about to do? And they're going to do it together. And at the end of the day, they're going to give all the honor and all the glory to God, and they're going to move on to the next day. And that's what I see every day with this group. It keeps everybody grounded.
Braxton, just curious about your mindset, you know, going into this season, you know, committing to Virginia Tech. I mean, was that something that you thought about, that, hey, I want to go ahead and make this decision before we start playing, you know, this season, to kind of, you know, just kind of put that behind you and focus on your senior year?
Yes, sir. That's for sure one thing that I wanted going into the year. I wanted to be able to say that this school is the school I'll be attending for the next 4 years. So yeah, and making that decision, it was difficult, but it was also just a straight blessing from the Lord. The people that have been in this decision making, I couldn't thank them enough. From every school to Virginia Tech to all the schools that gave me scholarships. I mean, everybody believed in me, and I've had a great family behind me to just support me in everything I've done.
One final question, and then we'll, David, you got one? While you're getting the mic, I'll ask this. Cooper, in 3 words, describe your teammate Braxton to us.
He's a hard worker for sure. He's a great leader, and most of all, he's a great family man. He loves his family more than anything.
Hey, Coach, we know about Braxton, how fortunate you are to have a player like that on your roster, but I want to give you one opportunity to maybe give us a couple of names of guys that come to your mind that are important as well to this program. I know they all are, but you'd only get to bring 2. And maybe a coach that helps you, that's, you know, kind of your rock on the sideline, that knows what you know. I just want to give you an opportunity to share any names that mean something to you, and give them some.
That's an awesome question, and there's a lot of stress on that question. That's probably the toughest question been asked, just because, like, when I say this, I mean this wholeheartedly. Like, I've got one of the best coaching staffs in the state. I've got some of the best players in the state. And I mean, like, what they bring on a daily, it just makes you excited to get up. You know, like, and I always say, like, which part of the program are you helping? Like, we have some leaders that are vocal leaders. We have some leaders that are not vocal, they're by action. You know, the way this kid leads in the weight room is way different than how this kid leads over here. But there's just so many of them that's really hard, you know, because I'm not going to leave any coach out on that, and I'm not going to leave any player out on that. So I'm going to I told these guys, sometimes when they ask you a question you don't like, just reword the question to what you want to say. So I'm going to reword this question right here, and I'm going to let Braxton tell 3 things that he likes about Cooper Dougal.
All right. Well, Cooper is an absolute hard worker. I mean, his entire life, he's been told that he can't do stuff because of his size. And, I mean, he's just continued to prove everybody wrong. So I'd say he has some of the best work ethic I've ever seen. He's a great leader. He's not very vocal when it comes to leading, but he has become more vocal. But his actions show what he's about week in and week out. And then I'd say third and final thing, I mean, he's just a great person. He's one of those people that you want to be around all the time. If you want a best friend, you want to look for somebody that's got your back no matter what you're going to do. You want somebody if you're in trouble, you need to call somebody, he's that guy. You want to celebrate with somebody, he's that guy. No matter what it is, he's not a jealous person. He's not someone that's going to give you a bunch of backlash. No, he's going to tell you how it is, and he's got your back throughout everything. So, I mean, he's a hard worker, a great friend, and a great leader.
Well said. Coach, give us your final thoughts on this season.
Final thoughts. I'd like to just say, you know, again, how blessed we are. Like, we've got, you know, I want to thank our superintendent, our deputy superintendent, our school board, all of them. To our facility right now, it's got to be one of the top 2A facilities around. I mean, you look at our weight room, from where it was 12 years ago to where it is now. I mean, that we have one of the weight rooms where all of our athletes work together. We have one, we're getting a new baseball field, new softball field, upgrades left and right. Practicing this week on that turf field meant so much. And yesterday we had a youth camp, bringing those guys out there, making sure that they see where the future's going and things like that. And just so many things to be blessed with, so many things to be thankful for. But, it's all about, to me, who you're getting to enjoy life with day by day, who you're getting to enjoy life with day by day. I've got a great spouse, great family that I get to enjoy life with every day that lets me be able to do this. I get a coaching staff that's bought into the same thing. But all that wouldn't matter if you didn't have a bunch of players buying into the same thing. So at the end of the day, no matter what happens, man, we're going to have fun and we're going to get after whoever we need to get after each week, and then we're going to push past that, and then next week, next mindset.
Well, we're looking for a special season at Pleasant Valley this year. Coach, players, appreciate y'all being here. Good luck to y'all this season. Coming up next, the Anniston Bulldogs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome to the stage at the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Anniston Bulldogs. Anniston competes in 4A Region 6. The head coach of the Bulldogs is Damian Dorsey. Today, Coach Dorsey has brought with him quarterback Jamaris Young and lineman Sharante Bailey. Coach Dorsey, welcome back to Calhoun County, and we will start with your opening comments, sir.
First of all, I want to just give honor to God and just say we're just so blessed to be here in this position. I cannot believe it. Man, I see a lot of faces that are familiar when I was a player and a coach here when I first started. So I'm just honored to have these two young men here with me right now. I can't believe it. I get goosebumps every time. So I'm just honored, see Coach Ball, guys like that. Joe, people in the back. I mean, Coach Davis. It's just it's an honor. So I'm just blessed to be here, and I want to say grateful.
Very good. I'll start with a question for both the players, Sharante and Jamaris. Obviously, you had Coach Jackson last few years. You got a new coach. They come in with different ideas, different schemes. But other than the X's and O's, what's something different about Coach Dorsey that you've grown to love over the last few months?
With Coach Dorsey, like everybody on the team, like is athletes, and like we discovering new players and like what they could do, and like we got different offense too. So it's like we got better openings for everybody in better positions and stuff. And like with him, like we getting more discipline and stuff. Like he on everybody about every small thing and every detail. And like with coach, it's just different. Like the whole culture changed, and everybody want to be a dog. Everybody want to be an athlete and just be everywhere on the ball.
Sharante?
I feel like Coach Dorsey is bringing the community together, and all the players are getting a chance, and nobody's feeling left out.
Very well put. We got a question on the second row here.
See, you coming back to Anniston and leading the program with championship expectations, obviously, made it all the way to the state championship last year. So how do you honor the standard that's already been built while also putting your own stamp on Anniston football?
That's why you honor the game right there. The respect already coming in, understanding that that's what it means to be a dog. Day one, the expectation is for you to raise the elevation and celebrate these young men. So now the expectation is championship. So we're not talking about championship, but we're working toward it because it's always a process. So we're putting process and making progress in the process. And every day is what we're talking about. Discipline is first thing. That's what Brick by Brick is about. Discipline, accountability, and character. So this year is all about discipline, honing in, making sure that we do have athletes. Now, why can't we be the most disciplined athletes? And I think we can.
Jamoris, Sharante, after experience on a run to the state championship game, what's the biggest lesson this team has taken from last season in this year's preparation?
Last year, like the biggest lesson, everybody got to stay together. Everybody got to you got to actually want to believe that you want to go to state if you really want to get there. And like everybody just stay together and trust the coach's plans the whole season. And you got to get through adversity.
Joe Medley's got a question right here on the front.
To Jamaris and Sharante, different spin on an earlier question. What does it mean to you guys to have a coach who's done it as a Bulldog?
It's a blessing, really. I feel like having somebody that came from Anniston High School and that's been under and played and at the next level, I feel like that he knows like what to bring. And
for me, like with the community, he really brought the whole community together because he came from here. And like all the players, like he know how to get through us and to us and talk to us. And yeah, like it's just a blessing.
Coach Dorsey, obviously Chink Lot Stadium has a lot of fond memories in your mind. When you look at it now and the upgrades and things that have done, how hard is it for you to be patient and can't wait to that first Friday night when you can coach on the sideline?
I get goosebumps. I tell you, every day I go out there and man, listen, we got young guys staying at 9 o'clock. I cut the lights on for them. And man, we're having kids stay after practice. They go up there from 8 to 12. I've had kids stay from 8 to 6 p.m. with me. So it's just an honor. I'm telling you, I just
I understand the emotion. Next question.
Just to touch off that a little bit, I know with the stadium renovations, I believe you open, your first 3 games are on the road, and they're against quality opponents. I mean, just talk about, just trying to, get past that part of your season, against 3 great opponents, beginning with Geraldine there. Just talk about just trying to, weather the storm, so to speak, in the first part of your season.
we're focused on Geraldine. Kids get tired of doing extra one for Geraldine. We're focused on Geraldine. So that's gonna be one game at a time. So when we meet the next opponent, that's what we'll focus on. But right now, Geraldine is our main opponent, and so they're excellent, but very well coached. So we're gonna have something on our hands. But players are up for it.
Guys, August 28th, y'all travel to Minor. Obviously, Coach Jackson left Anniston to go to Minor. So Jamoris Charante, how do you channel your emotions, and not worry about all the outside noise and just focus on Minor with your coach, with your previous head coach leaving?
Well, I feel like it's just another game. I really don't have any emotions because I've been through 3 head coaches, but like it's just another game to me.
Yeah, I could say the same. Like we gotta treat it like a regular game, get prepared, get ready, and just study film and look forward to it. Get ready.
Guys, just real quick, has Coach Dorsey, you can clown on him a little bit now if you want to. Has he got out there and shown you any of his signature moves? Does he still have any of them?
Yeah, he be showing when he show the receivers routes on there. He be showing them.
Well, let me tell you, I saw them firsthand. They were the real deal. Congratulations, guys, on your year last year and on your upcoming year, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coach Dorsey is one of the hardest things coaches have to do about this media day is picking out just 2 players to bring. We have some coaches that will let the team decide. Some coaches, they have certain ones that they feel like deserve to come. Talk for a moment, maybe give us names of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 others that could have easily been on the stage today that will contribute in a big way to your program.
I brought one today. I got Jay Hurd in the back, a very dynamic young man who's had the ball in his hand a couple of times more than probably I did. I see him as the same person as me, same type of athlete, very dynamic, very well mannered, quarterback, very accurate. So surprised me a whole lot. So I'm very, very, very happy with that. Sharante has been a big help. As you can see, the O-line is going to be a big part of what we do. We're not going to shy away from it. They're going to be a very physical team, and people are going to hit people in the mouth, so they definitely have to come with it, and we're going to come with it, and that's the best part of competition. We have some 9th graders, Malachi Hall, who is a leader. He'll be a 10th grader. Cairo Marlborough, who will be another 10th grader. Those guys are very dynamic. Both of them have offers from Wake Forest right now. I have a young man, Kamari Jones, if he could just come on and believe what I'm doing. I call him Freak of Nature. And he's going to do some great things. Great, talented person, young man. So he just got to understand what the discipline part is about and brick by brick. And that's what we're working towards right now.
Jamaris, let me ask you 2 guys, Jamaris Charante. As you walk in the halls, obviously your teammates see you as leaders on the field, but when you're in the hall, you're in the classroom. You're just a normal student at that point until after, when practice starts. Do you feel any added pressure on you to do things the right way while you're in school because people are watching you?
Oh, for sure. Like you gotta do everything the right way, cause as an athlete, everybody got their eyes on you, and you gotta carry yourself a certain way. Like make sure you're not with the wrong crowd, and just stay on your grades, all that, so you could play on Fridays. So people like look up to you. Like you can't be playing a sport and have no bad image. especially me at quarterback.
Uh, Me being a senior this year, I feel like a lot of the team look up towards me. So like, if if I'm acting out of character, then if they see me acting out of character, then they gonna feel like it's okay. So I gotta keep myself composure, and I gotta lead the hallways. Like if I see them, they out playing, I gotta tell them like chill out and all that.
Yeah, guys, we should have been mentioning this to everyone. I just want to encourage you when you go back to school, when school starts, go to your counselor and tell them you want to apply for the Calhoun County Quarterback Club scholarship. We give $4,000 or $5,000 scholarships, and we need you to apply for it.
Yes,
And you
sir.
tell that counselor you want the application. We should have been telling that to everybody.
Yeah, we mail those out in usually about February, and we award those in April. As we wind down this part here with the Anniston Bulldogs on the stage, Coach Dorsey, I'll come back around to you. Obviously, uh, people that are passionate tend to get emotional. What would you say is the main driving factor for you wanting to come back to your alma mater with a risk of failing? There's always that risk. But what motivated you to say, I want to do this?
I'm on a mission from God. Simple. I'm on a mission from God. I'm in this space. I have to do what's right. So I'm here to elevate and celebrate these young men. That's what I'm about. If they do it the way I asked them to do it, I'm pretty sure I'm 2 for 2 on raising young men. One of my sons a mechanical engineer. The other one is early enrollee at Louisville. So if they do it the way I ask them to do it, I truly believe they'll be in that frame and in that vein and can maintain and do everything I ask them to do and will be successful. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen.
What's one thing that you could say you learned maybe that you did do or didn't do in your playing days at Anniston High School that you want to relate to these guys?
We just spoke about that. I'm telling you, I told them they do. It's 3 things in school, right? I talk to the kids about, right? Books and ball and your social life. I chose the social life more than the football, and that's what happened. I was there. I was at the cusp on the doorstep of being in NFL. That was my dream. But I chose other routes, had made other decisions. That's why choices are so important. 7 little letters, but when we put them together, can determine where you will end up 40 years from now. I'm grateful that I'm here.
Well said. I think we're all grateful that you're here. Any closing comments? You want to end it anything other than what you just said?
I can't do it without the community. We give all honor to God, and thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, guys. We look forward to watching Anniston Bulldogs make another run deep in the playoffs this year. We'll be watching you. Appreciate you coming. We're going to take a short lunch break for 15 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll have the Oxford Yellow Jackets up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we resume the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day presented by the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County. Next up on the stage, we have the Oxford Yellow Jackets. Oxford competes in 5A Region 6 this year. The head coach of the Yellow Jackets is Coach Sam Adams. Today, Coach Adams has brought with him linebacker J.S. Fleming and offensive lineman Bryson Sanderson. Coach Adams, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys having us here, and this is always a fun event every single year. We're glad to have today two young men that represent our program really well, two seniors that have, this will be, I guess, both of us third year to start for us, right? Fourth year to start. And both of these guys are going to have or do have a bright future ahead of them in football and life outside of football as well. Bryson recently committed to Memphis, and Jayez has several opportunities out in front of him as well. This season, we have a really experienced team that's had a lot of starts under the belt and played a whole lot of football. And we put a big emphasis this year on physicality and winning the line of scrimmage and just being really sure tacklers. This was the first year in several years that we've done the full padded spring, which we kind of had the option to do or not do in the state of Alabama for a few years now. And we thought it was really, really good for us to get as many of those, full speed, full contact practices in as possible going into this season. And our guys have responded really well. This senior group is a big one for us. We got 25 seniors this year. That's the largest one we've had in a few years. And they've been through a lot of football here at this point. We played a lot of games over the last several years, had some deep playoff runs in a few of them. And this group had, they've learned a lot from the season we had last year, where we felt like we had a couple games that got away from us that should have gone the other way. So we put a lot of time in the off season, kind of reflecting on, how should we respond in certain situations that we're going to get put in throughout the season, how to handle success, and also how to handle it really well when things don't go our way. But I feel like this group is they're leaning on each other really hard. I think they're doing a good job of policing each other and becoming better leaders every single day. And I can't wait to get this thing started in a few weeks with these guys.
Coach, you mentioned leadership. There's a reason you brought these two men with you today, and I'm sure there's 5, 8, maybe 10 more that you could have easily brought out of that many seniors. You've got some great leaders. What, in that group of seniors you've got, what tends you to believe that this year, those games that didn't go your way last year, maybe we can get on the right side of the coin this year instead of on the bad side? What do you think will happen?
Well, the tough thing is it's easier to learn from failure than it is from success sometimes. Yeah, and I think maybe the group that we had last year had been so successful the previous year that they kind of looked over some things, and coaches, we maybe kind of looked over some things that should have been addressed a lot earlier because we were rolling along pretty well. But I think this group, we've done a really good job with them, just going back and talking about specific circumstances. How did players respond to things that didn't go our way in our game, and some of those games when we lost the momentum and we're unable to really get it back. These guys have done a really good job. These two up there that are specifically up here with me right now. If you're going to be a leader, the first person you got to lead is yourself, right? The other guys on the team have to be able to look and see that these two and several others do things the right way, and these guys also are not afraid to open their mouth and speak to the other young men that maybe need a little extra guidance. And in those situations, it really shouldn't always come from the coaches. The coaches are always going to be leaders, but the team really takes off when the players take that kind of role on as well. I think these two young men have done a really good job of that.
We'll continue our questions from the media right here on the second row.
Coach, even though you're moving into a new classification, you still have a lot of familiar faces in Clay Chalkville, Pinson Valley, and Pell City. What excites you most about this region, and what do you think it'll take to come out on top of this region?
Well, if you look through our region schedule, those are the familiar names on there: Pinson Valley, Pell City, Clay Chalkville. Then you also have St. Clair County, which maybe for a lot of people kind of flying under the radar right now. I've seen them enough to know that they're a really good football team as well. And that'll be the first region game for us. And, because of, some of the sanctions against Pell City this year, we're really, Pell City's, they're not eligible for the playoffs. Those games don't count toward region standings. And it's a really unique situation where we really only have 5 region games on our schedule. So with St. Clair being the first one of those, and I can assure you those guys have our full attention before we can ever start to worry about any of the other ones. Then soon after that, you have Clay Chalkville, who's really been the standard of high school football for the last couple of years, regardless of class. A lot of people would say Thompson. Then you really dig into there, they've beat Thompson, I think, 3 years in a row. We were fortunate enough to play really well against them a couple of years ago and knock them off at our place. But until somebody proves differently, Clay Chalkville is they're the one who's on top of the hill in 5A. I have a hard time getting used to saying that. And it's going to be no different. I think those guys have 9 or 10 starters back on the defense that was unbelievable last year. But then, you look through the rest of the schedule, you got Pinson Valley, who was, they had a coaching change last year, but Pinson Valley was much improved last season. You look at the record and, they ended up not in the playoffs. But if you do a little more homework right there, you realize they were ahead of 3 of the 4 playoff teams in our region in the fourth quarter. Most of those, 2 of those 3, they were up by 2 scores. And, it didn't go their way in the fourth quarter. We were one of those. I mean, those guys were up 14 on us pretty late in that game. But they did the same thing to Mountain Brook. They did the same thing with Pell City. Coach Colo Francisco there now, who's a friend of mine, known him for a really long time. And they seem to have a lot of positivity going in their program right now. And then you have Springville and Southside Gadsden, who were not in our region in the last alignment. But when I first got here back in 21, they were in our region back then. So really, a lot of those teams we're super familiar with. It's a deep region. There's a lot of good football teams. And our non-region schedule this year, we're starting off with Gadsden City, who had been a rivalry game for a long time, and we weren't able to get that one on the schedule the last couple cycles, but we're glad to get that one back in. We got Jacksonville, who's a local team that's got a really good season out ahead of them for sure. And then we have Mountain Brook, who was in our last region alignment, and that was really one of those games last year where it didn't go our way, and I was kind of making it a point to try to get them on the schedule again because that was one we feel like we didn't put our best foot forward in that game, and that kind of left a bad taste in all of our mouths. And so we wanted to have another shot at those guys. So I mean, the schedule's challenging from the first game to the last. Unfortunately, there's only 9 games on it this year with the late realignment that happened, and we were unable to find a 10th game that made sense for us. But we have those 2 open weeks during the season, and they do come at good times to get us where we need to be.
Absolutely. Bryson, Jaez, and Coach, you can chime in as well. At a program like Oxford has a bunch of success. So obviously the community and the state expects, they have high expectations of y'all. So how do you and your team use those expectations as motivations to get better during the off season and throughout the season?
I'm gonna say we are held to a high standard at Oxford, and just not at Oxford, throughout the state, throughout the city. And I just feel like we can't be on bottom. We just got to be leaders, not just football, but when it comes to other aspects, being outside of football and just being around and just being in public too.
Kind of how he said, the expectations, it really just helps to give you that extra edge, like when you're working, to want to make yourself better. Everybody thinks you're going to be good. You have to be better than everybody thinks.
From a coach's standpoint, I mean, those are the places where you want to be, right? I mean, places that have high expectations. And you mentioned it from the standpoint of our community, and the state has high expectations for us, but nobody has higher expectations for us than we do for ourselves. And we have standards that we fight every day to uphold all throughout the year.
Sam, what was your take on reclassification this year? Pros and cons, and how it affected you guys, but also the big picture.
Yeah, it was surprising, to be honest with you. I didn't, the coaching rumors start early and end late. There's constantly something swirling around throughout the offseason of, this is what the regional alignments are going to be. And these documents get leaked out every year that are, really just some dude sitting at his desk typing on an Excel file. I actually sent one out this year that I just did at my desk, and I was waiting to see how long it would come back to me. And it took about 3 days. Somebody told me it was leaked from the AHSAA. So, but I was surprised. I didn't see that coming with the non-split, split, whatever that, the difference in the playoff system now between the publics and privates. I didn't see that coming. I didn't know St. Clair was going to be moving up into our region. That one was a big surprise. The big thing that affected us the most was the 3 weeks or so, a month-ish after the initial alignment when Douglas moved out of our region into another one after Scottsboro moved down. And that's what really put us in a bind scheduling wise. And I've never really been the kind of guy to hope we're in a certain region or anything like that. I mean, just give me the teams we're playing against and let's get ready to go. That's kind of the way I've always looked at it. But I think it's still, it's a region that has had a lot of success in the past in recent years, and we're excited to get into it.
Guys, for the players, with all the things going on now, the weight room, the film room, the classroom, mom and dad, family, how do you balance your time for the schoolwork? It's in there. There's a lot. You got schoolwork, you got football work, you got family life. Tell me a little bit about how you approach the balance.
I was always told student will come before athlete, so I'm gonna get done with my schoolwork, then football my next priority, and then everything's just gonna fall in place. But I just gotta make time for everything.
Good, that's good.
I always just try and take it step by step, just whatever comes first in the day, get that done, move on to the next thing, the next.
Off of that, Jayez and Bryson, talk about Fridays. As you're ending your career in high school, and then whatever's happening after that, what are you going to do this? I think we got 4 home games this year. Is that
4? Yes,
4
sir.
home games. It's kind of weird, not 5, but until the playoffs, obviously. But what's your favorite part of? Is it when the champion starts playing with the band and they run through the big paper and run out on the field, or is it once that first kickoff is made? What's your favorite part about the game itself?
I want to say my favorite part, it starts off in that morning. We do walkthroughs 7:00 in the morning.
A walkthrough. What do you mean? Elaborate a little bit more on that.
So we game plan every week. So we're gonna do a walkthrough Friday morning, 7:00, everybody on the field. And on that walkthrough, like, you need to get your head right before you go into school, and you need to think about this game, what you need to do, and have you prepared your body and prepared your brain for Friday for 7:00. And then when Coach say those few words to us, it's go time.
How do you keep from peaking too soon, as the old saying is? That it's 7:00. You got 12 hours. Bryson, talk about that. What's your Friday like?
Personally, I feel the most excited as soon as the first play starts, like offense, the first play, because you have all these nerves. But once I go out there and get a thud, I'm ready.
Whether you're giving it or getting it, you just want to get that first hit out of the way.
Yes, sir.
All right, good. We got a question right here.
Coach, you had alluded to, having 2 open dates. The first one, obviously, between 3 road games, right there, and then the second one being right before the playoffs. Just elaborate a little bit more. I mean, those do seem like they are, coming at the right time, so to speak, for you guys. Just from a scheduling logistic there.
Yeah, the original plan was to have week 10 be our open date. We have historically over the last several years played really well in that week after our open date. We handle open dates. The way we do it is we practice early in the week 3 times, and then we give them an extra couple days off. And obviously that helps heal some bodies up as we go along. And But a lot of people don't understand it. Besides the physical toll that a season takes on you, I mean, it's emotionally a lot too to get up for all these games in a row. So sometimes you need to just kind of clear your brain a little bit. So the original plan was to have Week 10 be open right before we start our playoff run, and then originally Douglas was in that slot right there between Mountain Brook and Springville. But if you look at our first 6 games, we had this conversation the other day with the team. Gadsden City, Jacksonville, St. Clair, Pell City, Clay Chalkville, Mountain Brook, all in a row. Those are 6 really, really tough games, and we feel like if we play our best, we'll be right in there with a chance to come out on top in each of those games. But our margin in each of those games is not going to be very big. Now, so if we're not at our best, there's a lot of those that could go the other way. There's any of these games could go the other way. But those 6 in a row, those are all kind of a who's who of upper level teams in each class. So I think after those 6, it's going to be time to get a little breather before we come back in for 3 more region games there. And like I said, with the way our region is worked out this year, really only 2 of those will be region games in those first 6 that'll count toward the playoffs. And then we have that stretch of Springville, Southside, Pinson Valley that's going to determine whether maybe we're 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the playoffs, or fighting to get in the playoffs. If that happens to be the case too. But there's going to be a lot of questions still be out there in front of us, whether we're 6-0 or 0-6 at that time. That's going to be important for us at that point to kind of take stock of where we are and understand what's ahead of us.
Coach, as we wind down, before we get your closing thoughts, let's go way back to your opening comment. You talked about how you changed it up this spring with the pads.
Yeah.
And things trend, and usually they come back around. But what happened from last year's season to make you decide to want to change that up? And was it all your idea, or did you get together with your assistants, or what? How did it come to where you said we're going to go back to old school this spring?
Yeah, it was a collaboration with the assistants. Everybody gets a vote. I just get more votes than anybody else does. So really, you have the option. If you don't do the padded spring, you can start your fall camp a week earlier. We could have been full go for right now. I thought for this particular group that we needed as much full contact, tackle to the ground, really kind of old school, if you want to think of it like that, football practices as possible. I thought in the games that didn't go our way last year, I thought we had some deficits there that we needed to work to make up some ground pretty quickly. We wanted to answer as many questions in that regard as we could in the spring, and not go into the fall with question marks about will this certain guy really stick his face in there when it matters, or is this guy willing to strain to finish a block, or whatever it may be. And I think we made some huge strides from practice 1 to practice 10. And then we'll still we'll tackle a little bit more in this preseason than we have in some others. You have to be really smart about that. I mean, because the number one thing is, we got good players. We feel like we got as many good players as most teams out there. Now you do have to make sure they're all playing on Friday night and not over on the sideline in a boot, or riding a bike at practice or something. So, but we'll have probably 4 to 5 full contact practices in this camp leading into our first game. And I think that even though you can look at it as old school or new school, I mean the same things that won football games 50 years ago still win them today. If you can block and tackle and win the turnover margin, you're going to be you're going to have a chance to win a whole bunch of games. And we felt like last year that didn't go our way, so we were just trying to do something a little different to make sure that our trademark is going to be playing a physical brand of football.
Well, I know from experience, Oxford's a special place on Friday night. If you will, just give us your closing thoughts on what you're looking at for this season.
Yeah, I just can't wait to get these guys in front of our community. I wish we would have had another home game in there. When you were asking the guys, what's their favorite part of Friday, mine's really, my office overlooks the stadium right there, and before I leave my office every Friday night to get ready for warm-ups, I just take a moment and look out over the stadium, and you see some people kind of filing in and getting their seats, the ones that get there early every week, and the music's already kind of playing, and the players are starting with a warm-up routine down there. And I just always take a minute and think about how blessed I am and how blessed we are to get to coach and play in a community like Oxford. That athletics matters, and our community definitely understands the value of of athletics, not just football, but all athletics. That's part of helping our guys become great men is the things that they'll learn from being in our program and playing against the teams that we play year in and year out. But I really like the personality of this team. Every team is a brand new living organism every single year. This one is a group that they show up every day and they're going to put in the work that's required of them. I think this is also a group of guys that enjoys just hanging out with each other as well. And it's enjoyable for me as a coach to be able to hang out with these guys too. And we're just looking forward to getting on the field with them on August 21st.
Well said. Coach Sam Adams, Oxford Yellow Jackets. In 5A Region 6, we wish you all the best this season, guys. Next up on the podium, Wellborn Panthers. Wellborn Panthers.
This is an honor for me. I'm Mr. Odell. I'm one of the executive board members of the quarterback club. But we now welcome to the stage at the 2026 Calhoun County Media Day, the Walter Wellborn Panthers. Wellborn competes in 2A Region 6. The head coach of the Panthers is Jeff Smith, and today Coach Smith has brought with him running back Zane Hill and lineman Juan Hernandez. Coach Smith, we'll start with your opening comments.
Well, first off, thank you for the Calhoun County Quarterback Club having us here today and putting on this event. Do an outstanding job. The work that y'all do as far as giving the scholarships every year to the players is wonderful. It's such an unselfish act. We really appreciate being here today.
Coach, you been with Wellborn for 18 seasons now, so that makes you the most tenured head coach in Calhoun County. And 18 years is a long time, and I'm pretty sure you have seen your program change throughout the years. So, what makes this year team unique, and why do you believe this group can be successful in 2026?
Well, we talked with them yesterday before we went out and timed our 40s and everything. And we talked with them, and I think the biggest thing that I see with them is their closeness. I think that they're very close. And the next thing is, I think they got tremendous work habits because of our team. We had 14 players that go through the summer, And we work out 4 days a week, and they didn't miss a workout. And you had 6 junior high kids to it. We had 20 kids in the program that didn't miss anything the whole summer. And this day and time, that says a lot. And we had a couple of them that just missed like under 1 or 2 workouts. It was right there with them. And these are all kids that we're depending on to play. So again, I think that their work ethic, their team unity is their strengths this year.
And then looking back at last year, finished 5-5 on the season. What lessons did your team learn that you can believe take a step forward this year as well?
Well, we had a good team last year, and man, I tell you what, it started, I guess, game 4 when we played Sags. We started having some injuries, and I remember walking out the field when we played Locust Fort, and we won the game in a shootout, and that put us in the playoffs. And we had 3 tough teams right down the road that I knew the last 2 regular season games and probably the playoff game was going to be tough. And we were just getting depleted as we went. And the hardest thing to do in small school football, and we're 2A now, is to keep the players with their edge and being tough and keeping them healthy. And it's kind of like you walk a fine line with that every year. And then sometimes it just gets out of your control. And, by the time we played Gordo last ball game, we had I think we had like 10 starters out at that time. Zane was out at that time, and we were just a shell of ourselves that we were at the first of the season.
Zane, Juan, playing for Coach Smith. I mean, you're part of a great tradition down there on the hill. So, what does it mean to be a part of that tradition that Coach Smith has built out there at Wilbur?
It's just enjoyable playing under him, how much he demands out of us, and how much just how fun the atmosphere is out there.
It's truly a blessing. I'm so glad that I came to Wilburn and him being my coach, and I'm proud to be a Wilburn Panther.
You mentioned that. I want to add to that right there. And Coach Odell and I played together at Welborn. It's not that I built in the tradition. A tradition was there. I just think when we came back, we rekindled it. That's what happened. But, growing up as a kid, and me and Coach Odell's talked about this before, and it was so exciting just to get into that stadium and see those players play. And I feel like that we've been able to bring that back.
Jeff, you mentioned moving down to 2A this year. Is moving down this year kind of a relative thing, considering that so many teams did it and a lot of teams moved down with you?
Don't it look like the same region that we're always in? We just moved down a classification. So I don't think many things changed. I do think it will help us or in our whole region as far as, whoever comes out of the region. I think it'll help them playoff-wise. When you look at the whole state and especially in the north and 2A, I think with the private schools being moved out and then some of the schools that been traditional power stayed in 3A, I think that makes, our region, I just feel like our region will do better in the playoffs now.
Question right here in the middle, Coach. Your mentor at Welborn was Coach Battles, right?
Absolutely.
What would Coach Battles say today if you were talking to him and you said, Coach Battles, guess what? We got turf now on the hill at Welborn.
I think he'd be like me. He'd like it.
You're serious?
I sure do right there. I mean, I'll learn from him. And he tooled around out there on that field a long time too. And, we get up in the morning, we go out there to practice, and you don't get your feet wet. And, the grass is always cut and the lines are always on it. So that's a good sign. But now, before we get to going on about all the grass cutting being eliminated, now that school still sits on 20 acres. And like Coach Davidson, he started out at Welborn, he can tell you real quick that there's plenty of grass out there to be cut.
You were the last one I thought, though, would embrace as old school as you are.
I just think it's been good. And look, I think it's been good for our community. you know, one thing about our field, you can see our field from the road, so that we've had a lot of people that's rode by there and looked at it and stopped and just kind of went up the hill. And it's, look, our Calhoun County school system, our Board of Education and Mr. Willis and Dr. Dowdy, they did a great job with this. And I can't thank them enough. And I know I speak for our community. We really appreciate it. And it's exciting. We had our youth camp last night, and there was so many smiles. Those kids left, they were so happy. I saw their parents happy, and their youth coaches, they were all talking about it. It's just, it's been very good for us.
Coach, could you tell us a little bit about each of the two kids who are on the podium with you?
I'd be glad to. Juan Hernandez here sitting beside me is the strongest guy on our team. We evaluate our kids through 6 lifts, and in 6 lifts, he lifted 2,500 pounds and actually deadlifted 700 pounds Tuesday. And yes, and look, and he better not get knocked off the ball this year. But hey, look, one has played football for us. He runs track, and I coach track too. And we spent a lot of time together, haven't we, Juan? And you couldn't ask for a better young man in the school, on the field, at practice, work ethic. He's always trying. He's a pleaser, and man, I think he's going to have an outstanding year. The young man to my right here, Zane Hill, you can't work him too hard. I remember when he was playing junior high football, and my youngest son, Jet, was coaching the junior high football team that year. And he told me one day after practice, he didn't say coach, he said, Dad, watch Zane practice. And so I started, every time we was out there, I just would watch Zane. He went full speed every single play, no matter what it was. It was maxed out effort. And I remember last year we were scrimmaging on the game field. I hadn't even told you this, and I was watching him, and he was so hot, and we'd been out there for, till the moon was coming up, and he was putting forth so much effort, and I was so proud of him. Now, we went into the offseason. He got hurt at the end of the year, and he went into this offseason, and he has been a man on a mission, and he had our best 40 time. He's made the 2,000-pound club. He will work out in the morning. He comes back in the afternoon and works some more on his own. And I'm just proud of him.
Guys, just to touch off what Coach was talking about with the turf, I'm just curious to get your impressions of being the first Welborn kids to play on the turf.
Yes, sir. Well, at first I was kind of hesitant about it, thinking I was going to miss the grass, but getting to practice on it during the summer, I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I was kind of hesitant too, but it's really, really nice, and it's going to be a good addition this year.
I was going to ask Juan, who's closest to you as far as the weightlifting goes? Who pushes you thinking that you think they're going to pass you as far as their total lift?
Definitely my brother. Me and him, we go back and forth with it.
That's pretty good competition there.
His brother's a 10th grader, and he's strong as an ox too. Both of them.
Zane, I got a question, and I'm going to ask you too one, so I'm going to give you the benefit of answering second. Who do you really love to play and why?
Hatchie. I just enjoy the rivalry we have against each other and how we're both small schools. We're not far from each other. It's just a good experience.
Juan?
I'm going to have to say Ohatchee too. We go back and forth, and it's been a big rivalry. And I think that's one of my favorite games to play is them.
Coach, what about you?
I'm like Tom Brady. The most important game's the first one.
Now, Coach, what were we just talking about? Of course, Coach coached at my alma mater, Ohatchee. Was it 30 years ago you took the head coach job at Ohatchee? Had it for, 7 years?
Yep. Look, hey, that was 30 years ago. I was 7 years old. No, it's look, I was 27 and had some great memories out there. And the young men that we were able to coach back then, a lot of them have stayed in touch with me. And, You know, Abby Bruner and his sons are going through at Alexandria right now. Willie Christopher. Willie comes in and does a devotion with our team every Wednesday. Alan Steele lives in the Philippines now and comes and sees us. And Morris Young, he's coaching at Anniston and teaching there. And what a dynamic player he was.
We just had his son on the stage a few moments
Absolutely.
ago. Jamar's the
I know
quarterback.
it. And so, I mean, we had some good players, you know, at Ohatchee. And again, they've been very loyal and staying in touch all these years, and very blessed to start out there.
Coach, if you will, give us your closing comments on what you think, what your hopes are for this season.
Well, I feel like this. I feel like, you know, you've got to stay grounded, okay, and don't get too big-headed and start thinking you're all that, because whenever you think you're all that, you're going to get put on your back. You know, I think that we need to take it one game at a time, focus on that first opponent, which is Weaver coming to Welborn. We got to focus on that opponent, then we'll go to game 2 and just take it one game at a time and play off our unity and our work ethic. And I think that we can have a successful season this year.
Well, congratulations, Coach and players, for being here today. And that concludes the Welborn session rather. And next up on the podium will be the Sacs Wildcats. We now welcome to the stage at the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Sacs Wildcats. Sacs competes in 2A, Region 6. The head coach of the Wildcats is Michael Easley. Today, Coach Easley has brought with him quarterback and defensive back Mikael Smith and wide receiver linebacker Ja'Cory Jackson. Coach Easley will start with your opening comments.
Well, glad to be back in Calhoun County. Seeing a lot of familiar faces and some I hadn't seen in a while. And just spent a long time at Sacs as an assistant. I know a lot of you guys that I've known for years know that. And it's been, you know, I was talking to Mike Paris out there. He asked me about, you know, going home, so to speak, because a lot of people kind of assume, because of how long I spent there, they just kind of assume that was home for me. So it's been like going back home though. So it's been fun. Kids are working hard. We feel like we're about 6 months behind as a coaching staff because we didn't get to start working with them to June the 1st. So we're trying to cram in about a week's worth about every 2 days. We're trying to get about 7 days of work in. So, but the kids have been great. They've been doing their job. They've been doing everything we ask them to do, and we're excited.
Well, great. Well, Coach Yeasley, I'm pleased to see you here. So I've known you since he was a little fella. A lot. Am I not on? Oh yeah. Since he's a young man, knew his dad a long time. You mentioned that you come in late like that. What did you have to do immediately since you came in so late?
Well, those teacher contracts some years, just from your experience, having to finish those out sometimes so it doesn't, mess you up or mess the system up as far as money goes. So the very first thing I took a few days off and was able to come over and be around the kids, but we basically came in as a coaching staff one day the week before summer workout started and just said, what do we need to do? And we were inventory, we're counting jerseys, we're counting pads, we're anything we can possibly do at that point. And we got going June 1st as a staff. What we wanted to do with the kids, though, is create accountability. We wanted to make sure, number one, that we were developing relationships with them. And that's, I'm very blessed because I got to bring the majority, just about my whole staff with me. And they're good people. And that's number one. And that's what I wanted. But they've done a good job trying to get to know these kids in a short amount of time because we just hadn't had much time with them. And so we wanted to create accountability for them, number one, but we also wanted to develop relationships for us. I mean, that's why we're in the business. And that was job one, and really 1A and 1B. And I feel like the staff's done a good job at that. There's still things we learn every day about some of these kids. Sometimes they'll just come sit and talk with us. We learn something every day. Sometimes stuff we don't want to know, but we learn something every day.
Coach, your first season as a head coach of the Sacs Wildcats, and this has been a team that has, or a school that has a lot of history. With me growing up in Calhoun County, Sacs has always been one of the premier teams in the county. So when you took over Sacs, what was the vision you had when you took the job, and how have you seen your players buy into that vision?
Well, number one, I tried to. You don't want to harp on the past, but I tried to make them understand that, from my eyes, and maybe there was an 18-year run there from 2005 to after I was gone. It was a really good run. Two different staffs of guys during that time, and there was a standard set, and every year wasn't great, but there was a standard set that the teams met every year. And so what I wanted to get through to the kids, I don't want to harp on the past and say, hey, you remember this year, remember 13, remember 17, remember 15. Tried not to harp on it, but I wanted to remind them of the success they had or that we had, and why we had it. There were some years we had more success because of the work that was put in by the kids. And so I've tried to connect the past. I've tried to make sure that they understood how we got there in the past. But at the same time, making sure they understood, just saying it doesn't mean we're going to do it. We've got to build this thing. We got to do it the right way. The only way to do that is to meet the standard that was set really almost 20 years ago. And that's the main thing is meeting that standard that was already set. This team didn't set it. It was set a long time ago. We just got to meet it.
Yes, sir. And moving down to 2A Region 6, you're moving into a region with teams like Piedmont, Pleasant Valley, Ohatchee, Welborn. So what stands out to you about this region, and what do you think it'll take to win a championship this year?
Well, number one, good coaching. There's a lot of good coaches in the region. A lot of guys I've coached against in the past, whether it be as an assistant at Sacs before or a head coach at Mumford. A lot of the coaches in the region we've coached against, and so that's the first thing that sticks out to me. A lot of hard-nosed football teams in that region too. So I think the thing I like the most though is just a lot of local rivalries, which means bigger gates. Not as far to drive on the travel. Your travel expenses are not as much. So I'm just excited about some local rivalries.
You mentioned the standard. Can you define that?
Well, it goes back to that 1A, 1B that I talked about a while ago, accountability. And, I go back, I hate to harp on the past, but I go back to 2005. And when we all came in and we've joked around about it as coaches, as buddies before, we were young and dumb. We didn't know what we were doing. But what we knew was there was no accountability. And it took us, it took us some time to create that accountability. To me, that's, you've got to, as a coach, you've got to create the accountability and hold the players to that standard, or hold the players accountable for all their actions. To me, that was it. Every year, we didn't go to the semifinals every year, but we had some teams that went to the semifinals. I had one team I felt like we had a legitimate shot of winning the state championship in 13. But those guys, we held them accountable, and they responded to that well. And to me, that's what it starts with, was the accountability. And I go back to what I said about how those guys worked. There were times when some of those teams were better than the others, some because there were better players on them. But some of those teams were better because of how hard they worked, and maybe putting in a little extra work, or just deciding it's time. Some guys decide as a senior, hey, I've got to work harder than I ever have because this is it. So starts with accountability. And you don't want to be looked at on the schedule as circled as a win. Oh, that's a win, check it off. They need to know that they're going to be in a dogfight for 4 quarters. Win or lose, they're going to be in a dogfight for 4 quarters. But I hope I answered your question. But it starts with accountability, and players are meeting that level of accountability you set for them.
Question here for the players: anytime there's a head coach change, there's always some apprehension, not knowing his style versus the other style of the coach that just left. Give me one example of something that Coach Easley does that you think is going to be a positive for the team this fall. Ja'Cory, we'll start with you.
So a positive for this fall, it's just getting in and knowing the players. I remember times during the school year, he would bring us in and just getting to know everybody, getting to figure out what sports you play. He's always talking about how he wants us to play multiple sports, and it's just really just a relationship. Just having a relationship with the player.
Yeah, I could pretty much say the same thing. It's like when Coach Easley brought him and his coaching staff to Saks, they tried to interact with everybody. They got to know everybody, got to know all the athletes, push us to our limits, make sure we worked extra hard. Okay. I feel like that'll help us.
Coach, just one real quick. I know last year Saks ended up with low numbers. What are you looking like this year? Has that improved?
Yeah, we're up a little bit. Our senior class is really small. Ja'Cory's one of our 2 seniors, and so our numbers are our numbers are heavy, 11 through 8, and we've got some of the younger guys out there. But this morning, I think we had 32, and the only reason I say that, I bought 30 Guardian caps, and I had 2 players out there without a Guardian cap on, so we had 32. A couple of those young guys will kind of transition to, even though we're going to practice, being a 2A, it's a learning experience for me because I've never coached a 2A with lower numbers like this. So we're going to practice together, especially during the individual time. But we get some of those team sessions where we're 11 on 11 or inside periods. Those younger guys are going to go down. So number one, we're going to get more reps for everybody. But we're probably going to be somewhere in the mid to high 20s most days as far as practice goes, because a few of those guys, we're going to make sure they're getting their reps with the junior high.
Again, this is for the players. Ja'Cory, we'll start with you. I know with the numbers like you just mentioned, Coach, you hardly ever come off the field, even punt team, kick team, offense, defense. We got you down as a wide receiver, linebacker on your name card there, but what's your favorite position to play and why?
My favorite position, I'm going to have to go a wide receiver just because I've known how to do it longer. Linebacker, I definitely do love it, and it's definitely a great experience, but I've just been playing wide receiver since I was like a freshman. So I always have to go with that one.
He likes to catch touchdown passes. That's what it is.
Pretty much.
Does somebody up there on the stage like to throw touchdown passes?
Yes, sir. That's my favorite position, quarterback.
Okay. Well, Coach, this is getting close to the end of the time, so would you like to close this out? Just give us any closing thoughts? Or
Yeah, I'm going to brag on the kids again. We've came in and you know, it's been a drastic change for some of them, and they've handled it really well. And that's the thing about it is that we have sat back as a staff and talked about how impressed we've been with the kids' work ethic and their commitment to doing what doing what we're asking them to do. Coaching changes are never easy for kids. You know, change is never easy, but these guys have done such a good job. The two I brought with me today, I think they were the two that led us in summer workouts. You know, we had a pretty high number too that they had to reach, and these guys didn't need the makeups last week, and we're still at workouts, getting more workouts in. So, just want to brag on our kids again, and you know, to any of the fans that's out there. I know I've had a lot of people reach out whose kids played for us before, and have just said, "Hey, congratulations! I want to come back to a game." Please do. You know, please do. We want. And we want to see the kids supported. Win or lose, we want these kids supported, and we want them to kind of get to feel what some of those teams, you know, back in the mid-teens felt.
Coach, we got Tony. I'm sorry, we got one other question this gentleman wanted to ask. Coach,
Coach, first of all, congratulations
Thank
on
you.
your new job. I think you've done a great job of hiring the staff. I'm prejudiced because I coached a lot of you, and I think you'll do a great job there. That being said, just remember, tradition doesn't graduate. I know
I
you'll
know
say
that.
that a few times, but for us in the media, we want to make sure that on Friday nights, if you've got a home game, we don't show up there and you're somewhere else. Can you give us a real quick overdraft of maybe about where the facilities are at, your stadium, and maybe what your schedule may be like on home and away?
Yeah, Mr. Boyd didn't text you to ask me that question, did he? No, we're in. You know, it's coming along. I think not just us, Weaver, White Plains. They're still moving dirt, and putting gravel down. We went ahead and thankfully Welborn was gracious enough to go ahead and flip flop our home and away with them for the next 2 years. So we moved that game to Welborn for this year. Right now, we're slated to start first home game week 4. We're hoping that's, you know, we get that in. We really need to get week 5 in. That's a big rivalry. That's Weaver. So that's our hope right now. But we're, like I said, I'm just, you know, people was asking me about it nonstop. I'm just thankful to get turf. I mean, I jokingly told somebody we'll just play all 10 games on the road if we need to. I just want to get that turf done. But we hope by week 4 we should be good to go.
Good deal, guys. Take your name tag with you as a memento, and we got a little parting gift for you also. Thanks a lot.
Thank y'all.
you.
6 Calhoun County High School Football Media Days presented by the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County. And next up, we're proud to have the Alexandria Valley Cubs. Alexandria competes in 4A Region 6. The head coach of the Valley Cubs is Todd Ginn. Today, Coach Ginn has brought with him quarterback Cole Wheeler and lineman Parker Nemeth. Coach Ginn, we will start with your opening comments, sir. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, guys. It's that time of year, and it's the fun time of year. I love this time of year, and we finally got that team that we've been talking about. It's been so young for all those years, and a lot of these guys that we'll have this year playing for us had to start as 8th and 9th graders, and now they're juniors and seniors. So I personally been looking forward to this group. And then the AHSAA decides they're going to throw us in a region that is a gauntlet, but what better group to have in this setting? You know what I'm saying? When you get put in a region like that, I'll go to war with these two guys sitting beside me and the rest of their team anytime, against anybody. So looking forward to this year. We're sitting here talking before we went on air just a second ago, and what a great event this is for us, in Calhoun County and football and all y'all do for us and putting, these schools out here and give us a platform to show off our players and our program. So it's a good thing. We appreciate it, and we're really looking forward to this year and anticipating the things that it's going to bring.
All right, we'll open it up to questions. I've got one. You talked about the region, Coach, just for those watching at home or at work and don't have it in front of them. Region 6 is Alexandria, Anniston, Jacksonville. That's our 3 Calhoun County schools. But then 4A Region 6 includes Clay Central, Leeds, Lincoln, Moody, and Sylacauga. So there'll be obviously some of these schools that you've never played or hadn't played in many, many years, correct?
Well, what the AHSAA did when they reclassified this is a lot of 5A schools that we used to be in there with before we went 4A. We're back in there with again. So, we played, other than Sylacauga, I think is the only one that we haven't played. Sylacauga, we used to play. I think we played them a couple times in the playoffs a couple years ago. But the rest of them, we're familiar. These guys are familiar with because 2 years ago we were playing Leeds and Moody and Lincoln and all those guys. So, the first thing that stands out to me about that region is you can't take a week off. But also losing a game in that region doesn't throw you out either because there's so many good teams that anybody that gets in the playoffs is going to be a really tough out. So we plan on being one of those 4 in, and so we're just working on. I know our guys. We don't bring it up much because I told them at the end of last year, our goals are to get into the playoffs, and our goals are to go win the thing, and that's what they want to do. That's what I want to do, and we're going to work our tails off to make that happen. And not from now till August. I mean, the next 4 weeks. That's not when the work's been put in. These guys have put the work in many, many years in advance to this.
All right, we'll open it up to more questions right here on the second row.
Coach, Alexandria has had a championship history, so to speak. I mean, last season 10-2. I mean, and playoff appearance. So, what does this team have to do to make sure it adds its own chapter to a championship winning culture at Alexandria?
Well, this team's just gotta be about their business. That's number one. Play a physical brand of football with good football players that are happy to put on the orange and black. And I've got these two beside me. That it starts with them. They're all about everybody but themselves, and that's where it starts. A group that's going to get down and come to practice. And I love this group already. I love them because there's a sense of they know when to act a little bit foolish, to have a good time, and they know when to lock in. And that's the good thing about a veteran group. That's a good thing about a veteran group of classroom teachers at Alexandria High. Mr. Cobb, our principal, you take a good group of veteran teachers that knows when to have a good time and knows when to lock in, you got a good school. You take a team full of veteran guys that knows when to lock in and have a good fun. You got a great atmosphere. You've got a good, positive thing going on. And the beautiful part is they hold each other accountable, and I don't have to do that as much. So, that's a really good thing as well. And that's what's going to make their mark. Are they willing to stay the course? Because there's going to be some bumps. There always is. There's going to be some things that happen. There's going to be some things not go our way. But we've got a good football team, and how we bounce back with these seniors and these leaders will be the mark they leave.
Yes, sir. Obviously, you mentioned the seniors, and you have Parker and Cole up there with you. You also have a great wide receiver in Evan White. Who's some players that have stepped up in the offseason and have also became some leaders of this football team?
Well, I mean, I'll leave somebody out. You mentioned Evan. I'll immediately mention J.J. Beeson. J.J. Beeson, pound for pound. I love the kid. He's going to give you everything he's got. He's going to bring an energy that is contagious. These two guys, and it just kind of filters down from those guys. Who am I leaving out? Corey Owens. Corey Owens is a high energy guy that's going to bring it every time. I think we talked out in one of the interviews just a second ago. We've got 4 linemen coming back on our offensive line. We've got 3 or 4 on the defensive line. We've got a veteran group coming back. So the great thing is we're stronger than we've ever been. Bryant, again, has come in and really worked with these guys in the weight room. We're stronger than we've ever been. We're faster than we've ever been since I've been the head coach. So those two combinations make for a pretty good football team.
Yes, sir. Parker, Cole, obviously a senior, so you played for Coach Gann for a long time. Tell us what it's like being a player for Coach Gann.
It's great every practice.
No, it's not, Cole. Thanks for lying, but it's not.
When I'm sitting there in the house at home, I'm just thinking, I wish I was at practice right now. And I love every minute of it. I want to thank Coach for everything he's done for us.
He's always one to tell us to get it together when we need to, but he's also one to have a good time. So practice is always fun. That's always good when you can go to practice and have a good time. Because some people dread practice. We love it.
Parker, right here, a question. What would you say that is Cole's best attribute, since you know him pretty doggone well?
Probably his leadership. Like he's our accountability. I'm gonna be honest. He's the one who holds us accountable. In the locker room, at school, on the field, he's always going to be the one to tell us when we're doing something wrong, when we're doing something right.
Cole, what's Parker's greatest attribute?
I think his mentality.
What do you mean by that?
Just the way he plays the game, and he's physical, and he's smart, and he leads the O-line, and he leads the D-line.
Coach, I know you're awfully proud when you hear players brag on each other like that. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, that's what I said. They're not going to talk about themselves much, and they make me really proud. They handle themselves the right way, and the Lord built me this way, so I apologize. I get emotional when I talk about guys that are like this. 4-year guys had just do it the right way. And they give me, and I it's crazy to hear Cole and Parker both say, "Oh, they love playing for me," but I hold them to a standard that, a lot of times I'll go home and say, "Man, I got on Cole again, and Cole's already a perfectionist. What am I doing?" And I'll say, "Parker's giving me everything he's got, and I got on him again." But it's really awesome to see guys that appreciate, and understand that through correction, through all the things that come with sports, these guys get it. And, I really, really appreciate them. I love them.
Is that why you do what you do?
100 million%. 100 million%. You go chase money, you can go chase players, but like I said, these two guys and the guys come. I don't know how many transfers we got in this time, guys. We got many? No. Could we go out and be on the phone every day and try to get players? 100 million%. Could I tell our booster club to go out and try to get 100 million%? But give me guys like these guys and let's go play football.
Coach, you mentioned your region being a gauntlet. You start the season, with Coosa Christian. I can't think of a better way to start your season to prepare for that gauntlet, against a team, that's played for state championships and that sort of thing. Just talk about opening against Coosa Christian.
Well, God, I wish y'all would have been with me when, you waited so long. The HSAA put off, and you wait so long to make a schedule. And my dad, he used to crack me up because I'd get frustrated with him. I'd be like, Dad, how in the world, why are we playing those teams? Back when there were only 4 team areas, and you would come out and then we'd end up playing. Okay, he said, Todd, when people know you're going to have a good team, they don't want to play you. And when they know you're going to have a bad team, everybody wants to play you. So starting off with Coosa and having Piedmont and having Hanley on the schedule, all is predicated because people knew we were going to have a good football team. So I'm on a call back in the spring, right after it came out, or right up there close to Christmas, whenever, and I said, I'm actually talking to a coach from Mobile about going down there and playing football. I said, what in the world are we doing? You know what I mean? Because nobody wants to play. Nobody wanted to play. They can say they did, but they didn't. We had some 6As that wanted to play. We had Coosa. We had Jonathan over at Piedmont. And Hanley and us kind of just worked it out because we were both open week 10. But nobody wanted to play. Just the way it was. So how do we end up with those people and a schedule like we have? It's because we got in a pretty good region and nobody wanted to play. So that first game will be a good test. I don't know what Coosa's got, but I know we got a good club, so we'll see what happens.
Coach, again, we asked Coach Smith this. I think you and Coach Smith are the 2 old school guys. What's your thoughts on the turf? You were the first one to get it, I think.
Man, my thought on it is the lines are painted.
Coach Smith said that.
It's pretty soft. I hadn't cut a single blade of grass, except when Mr. Cobb said, hey, that stadium needs a little work, and our grass cutting guy's down in his back. Will you do it? And, yes, sir, I will. But that's the only grass I've cut. So from a working standpoint, it's pretty good. If I'm being completely honest, from a heat standpoint, it's pretty dang hot. It's pretty hot. There's one thing I've noticed. I feel heat on my calves now during practice the last week that was never there before. So that's only from one thing. I think it's turf pretty hot. But man, if you have not seen our football field, it is beautiful. The turf guy, and he puts in turf all over the United States. He said, I need 2 things from you, Coach. I need a picture of the stadium from up top when it's packed. And he said, I need a hat with that Cub head, whatever y'all got on it. And I said, I think we can make those 2 things happen. But he said, y'all's field is one of the most beautiful fields we've ever put together. So, and it is. If you ever look at aerial view, it is amazing.
Okay, Joe, before we get to your question, Coach, you mentioned your dad. I wasn't going to bring him up. You talked about it. The way you love those men to your right and left, do you think your dad loved his players the way you do, or was it just a different era then? He did, but he didn't show it.
I don't know that I show it. I don't know. I think these guys, I think everybody knew Dad loved them because of how much work and time he put into what he did. He took a lot of time away from us. It was just a good thing. My mom loved sports, and we loved going to things with Dad. I mean, that was our family time. And I'm lucky, man. My wife, Sally, is a champ. She loves ball. She loves any type of sport. Sometimes she's more competitive than I am. And I've got 2 young boys that I can't wait. Gus is already coming out with me. These boys, they love on Gus. Gus will come. And that's the beautiful thing. You don't worry about Gus walking through our locker room. I don't have to be in our locker room. He's going to take care of Gus and make sure he don't hear anything crazy. He's going to take care of Gus, and so are those other guys. And they're going, it's just, did the players that played for Daddy know he loved them? Yes. Did he work his butt off? Yes. Was he nice all the time? Crap, no. And I think they paint a picture of me. They know I love them. They know I'll do anything for them. And you know, the crazy thing in high school that's so much tougher. I coached a couple of years for 10 or 12 years in basketball at Gadsden State. You only have 15 guys on the team a year, and it's easy to keep up with those 15 times 10, 150. That's pretty easy to talk those guys and see those guys. When you have so many guys that come through high school, I hate that Parker's going to graduate. He's going to go do his thing, and it's going to be hard to keep up with him. And it's going to be hard to keep up with Cole because you got another 60 or 70 kids you're pouring into the next year. But these guys know we love them, and they know we care about them. And heck, I know no matter what, they're giving me everything they've got. And of course, they get in their feelings. I get in my feelings sometimes. But yeah, I think you can't please everybody, but the ones that understand and the ones that see you go through the fire and how hard you work and our staff works our tail off appreciates it.
Cole, watching y'all play in Piedmont 707 a couple weeks ago, it looked to me like you're not going to have any shortage of speed in the receivers. Do you think that's going to have an impact on the way the passing game goes? And who are the guys that are going to be the fleet of foot folks?
Yeah, so we got our number one guy back, Evan White, and then we got MJ Morris, fastest guy out there, and then we got Johnny Santos coming to play, and then we got JJ who's lethal in the passing game from the running back spot, and then we got a heck of an O-line protecting.
All right, our time is about up with Alexandria on the stage under the lights here, Coach. Again, how many years does this make for you now at Alexandria as a head coach?
I'm old. I don't know.
7 or 8, 9?
Mr. Cobb says 9.
Okay.
9.
He'll know. And Robert Smith would know too. I could ask Robert. Coach, if you will, just give us your final thoughts on these two men you brought and what the season looks like for the Valley Cubs.
Well, I tell you what, I've done all the talking, so I'm going to get Parker to give his final thoughts on what the season looks like, and then I'll let Cole say anything he wants to say because I've said enough.
Parker, is the floor? You're the coach. What do you think?
What do you think? I'm just ready to play. I'm just ready to play.
Ready to play?
I'm ready to get out there. I'm ready to go hit. We're gonna go hit tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cole, this is going to be it for you. Obviously, you're an athlete all through the school year with everything you play, baseball, basketball, and all. But what's this football season as your senior year? What does it mean to you?
I think God has a plan for this team, and I trust Him, and we're gonna carry out His will. And I love these guys, and I wouldn't trade them for anything.
There you have it, Alexandria Valley Cubs. They kick off their 2026 campaign in just a few weeks. Coming up next on the stage, Jacksonville Golden Eagles in about 5 minutes.
Day, the Jacksonville Golden Eagles. Jacksonville competes in 4A Region 6. The head coach for the Golden Eagles is Jeremy Sullivan. Today, Coach Sullivan has brought with him his tight end, Jack Cadle. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And defensive back, Riley Matthews. Coach Sullivan, we will start with your opening comments, and then we'll take questions from the audience.
Well, I'm happy to be here. Appreciate y'all having us. It's always a good event. We practiced this morning, and I've been up since about 3, so I'm kind of loopy by now. But I feel like we've had a good summer. We're looking forward to the season and ready to get it started.
Coach, obviously last season was your first season with the Jacksonville Golden Eagles, and you made the playoffs very first season. What have you seen from this team during the offseason that makes you believe that this group can take another step forward and possibly go on a state championship run?
Well, we got a bunch of really good kids. I really like our players. I like how they work. Extremely hard workers. They do what we ask them to do. Really got to know the kids, of course, over the past year. This time last year, there was probably still a couple I wasn't real sure what their name was. So it's been completely different, and it's been great. So I think just the character of our kids and the way they work, and we got some talented guys too, of course, but I think they give us a chance in any game we're in to have a chance to win. And I think that playoff game last year, that first round game, going down and winning that first round playoff game was big for us to kind of take a step forward. But our kids, they've worked really hard and they believe in themselves, and they're a close bunch. And I think all those things, the chemistry and the work ethic and the ability that we have, I think all that gives us a chance to win any game we're in.
A question right here in the middle. You talked about last year, winning the playoffs, and for guys that were on the team, that kind of fuels them heading into this season. For anybody that may move into Jacksonville or be a transfer, how do you guys relay to them, this is what the expectations are coming up this year?
Well, I think we have such a solid core, guys. High school football teams are built on guys like Jack and Riley. You probably won't see Jack's name in the paper a whole bunch. He's a kid that when I got here last year, he was playing offensive tackle. We worked together for a while, and we thought it might be best for our team and what we're going to do on offense for him to move to a tight end fullback position. It was a seamless transition for him. He just did, the very best he could do at it, even though he didn't really have any experience at it. He also plays defensive line for us. Riley's played corner. He's played safety. He's played some outside linebacker. He plays on every special team. Jack's on most of the special teams. They're, really good high school football players. They're high character people that when, in the locker room and on the field, they have a lot of influence on their teammates, and they lead by the way that they work and their example. They're not really rah-rah guys. They're not really guys that's going to be leading the cheers, but they're the guys that whenever you look around, they're going to be getting the work done. So that's why they're here today, and we have a bunch of guys like that. We have a great senior class that has put a lot into our program throughout the years, and who are great leaders, and they're the kind of leaders that you want. The work ethic and the character that they have is what you want throughout your team, and so all those guys, that's the expectation that's set, and so we don't allow anybody to be a part of our team and not have those same type of expectations.
Moving down in classification is relative this year. Could you kind of give us your take on this region that they moved you guys into?
Well, everybody was sitting around, let's go 4A, let's go 4A. It's one of them times when you better be careful what you wish for because of them taking away the private schools and, 7A's done for. So that just pushed, everybody down into 4A. And you look at our region and you got the defending 5A state champions. You have the runner-ups in 4A. You got, Central Clay, who's played for it I don't know how many times, and one of the best coaches in the history of the state. And what I've heard is his last year. I don't know, but you got to think that's got to be even more motivation for those guys. You got Leeds, who's got a Hall of Fame coach. That's their head coach. You got Alexandria, who is a good football team that we played anyway, and then you got Sylacauga, who has a little young quarterback that I've been knowing since he was about 2 years old. So I know what kind of talent they got. And Lincoln may have had the best skill guys we played against out of anybody we played last year. So I'm not real sure how the region could be any tougher. It's extremely tough, but I tell our guys all the time, if something's easy to get, it ain't worth having. So we don't want things to be easy. We want it to be a challenge. We want it to be a little bit of a struggle, and we feel like that'll just make us better as we go through this season.
Right here in the middle, Riley, this one's for you as a DB. Some of the schools that Coach just talked about in your region are known for running the ball, but some of them are known for throwing the ball all over the field. Do you get extra pumped up when you're game planning a week in advance of a team that you know is going to try to pass the ball 30 or 40 times a game?
Yes, sir. Because it just gives me a chance to showcase my skills out there. For real.
What do you think your strongest skill?
Tracking the ball in the air.
Would you agree with that, Jack? You know Riley pretty well. Would you say that's one of his strongest?
I do, and that is one of his strongest skills.
What would you say is one of your strongest at tight end? The blocking, the creating that space between that linebacker or whatever. What do you look forward to when you're looking at game film of a team coming up?
I would say blocking is one of my better skills, and looking at game film, look how the defensive guy plays and stuff. As a former offensive lineman, like Coach said, it's comes a little more natural to me, and it's what I've been doing since I started playing football. So I feel more comfortable in that space than I do as in passing game and stuff like that.
Riley, what do you think is Jack's strongest suit?
Honestly, his effort. He gets 100% effort every time, every play. Never gives up.
Got to the players. I'm always worried about work-life balance in adults and young people. So how do you balance, as a young man, student athlete, how do you balance your time with all? I know you put a ton of time in football with study and weightlifting, play and practice. How do you balance that with schoolwork and home life? Either one.
I just like to, when I do things, be in that moment and understand that there's the time to do the thing that you're doing is right then. So when I'm in class, let's say I'm in a math class, well, that period of math class is for math class, and focus on that. Move to science, English, however it goes. And then when football practice starts, it's time for football practice. And for that hour and a half to 2 hours, that's what we're doing. We're practicing football. And then as far as film study and studying for school, that's all after school, after practice, till time to go to bed and do it again the next day.
Riley?
I mean, he couldn't say any better for it.
Good deal. Good deal.
Coach, you've got these two young men with you today. Realistically, there's probably 3, 4, maybe 5 others that could have been here in their spot, but you could only bring 2. What is special about these 2 young men?
Well, I kind of hit on it earlier, but they're the kind of guys that there's days you go by you don't even really like, and I mean this in the best of ways. You don't really notice them, and I say that because a lot of times when I notice kids, it's because there's something negative that's happened. You never hear anything negative about either one of these guys. They do anything that we ask them to do as coaches. Anything. They are always trying to pour into our younger guys and be leaders. They bring their best in the weight room every day. They're great students in the classroom. They're leaders in our school. They're leaders on our team. They're the kind of guys you want your son to grow up to be, your daughter to marry. They're great young men. And I hope that that I'm doing something to help them grow even more. But they're the kind of kids that you sometimes you learn as much from them as they learn from you. They're both really, really smart guys in the classroom and on the field. I'm lucky enough that Jack's usually part of my position group. I coach the offensive line, and Jack is in there with us pretty much every day meeting. And he's one of the smartest kids that I've ever coached. You know, you tell him something one time and it's done. And both of them are the kind of people that whenever you give them a task, you don't have to think about it again. So they're just super dependable, great teammates, great leaders, and great high school football players.
Second table.
Coach, you mentioned your region, how tough it is. Your first two games, they're not a cakewalk either. I mean, you're at Piedmont and at Oxford. I mean, just talk about those two games, getting you battle tested for what's to come in region play.
Yeah, you know, we play in Piedmont, Oxford, and Cherokee County out of region. So, you know, it's kind of like I heard Coach Ginn in here talking earlier. We just couldn't get people to play. Me and Coach Miller had an agreement from a long time back that we were going to play that first game. You know, and they're local teams, and I think it'll be great interest and great for the fans. But I mean, if I'm just being honest, that we would have liked to have had somebody in at least one of those three where we felt like we were the favorite going in. You know, so it's about as tough a schedule as you could get. I joked for a while about we called the Green Bay Packers and they wouldn't play. But I know that I can't remember if we had locked down Oxford or Cherokee County, and so we're looking for one spot, and we called 52 schools, and we found one that would play. And so, you know, it's just what you gonna do. I mean, you got to play who you got to play. But we're excited about it, and you know, it'd be great local rivalry games. You know, and against some great football teams, some great programs. You know, Piedmont and Oxford both are historically very good. Coach Adams does a super job at Oxford. Me and him have been friends for a while, and he did a great job at his last job. He's just a really good football coach. Coach Miller's won a lot of games at a couple different schools. So, you know, we know we got our hands full. You know, our hands full with those. Right now, we're focused on us, and we're focused on getting as good as we can get, and then we'll turn our focus over to the opponents as we get a little closer to the season. And you know, but I think both of those teams will be right at home in that region we're in. So I don't think it's by any means a easy road with those two, and I think that seeing that talent and that level of play will help us be ready when it comes time to play in region play.
Coach, would you like to give us any closing comments, or your players any closing comments?
Well, you know, just a couple of things. You know, somebody said that we had 4 or 5 guys. I think we have 16 or 17 seniors this year, and I probably could have brought any of those guys, and they would have done a really good job at this. You know, it's always hard to choose and kind of decide who you're bringing. I took some more guys to another deal, and so you know, it kind of narrowed my choices a little bit. And then we had one that had a wedding and stuff like that, but we have a really solid group of seniors this year. I hate I couldn't bring them all, but you know, they are great kids, and I have really enjoyed getting to know them over the past year. And I think that we got a chance to have something special with our football team this year if we will keep working and keep improving like we have so far. And I hope that we get a chance to play, you know, past the end of the regular season and see how far we can take this thing.
Appreciate you guys coming, and hope you've enjoyed yourself. Good luck on your coming season. And with that, take your name tags with you, and we got a little gift for you as a going away gift. And after that, we'll have Donahoe up.
continue with the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day presented by the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County. And next up, we are proud to have the Donahoe Falcons. Donahoe competes in private 1A Region 3. The head coach of the Falcons is Bill Smith. Today, Coach Smith has brought with him lineman Boyce Yancey and defensive tackle Daniel Story. Coach Smith, we will start with your opening comments, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you for having us, and look forward to this every year. And the food is always great, and I get to see some folks that I don't get to see but a few times a year. So the fellowship is great. Thank you so much. Donahoe's a great place to be. Just the atmosphere, the school size, the traditions there. I mean, I have a senior here. They have a senior lounge. So if you're in good academic standing, you can go to the senior lounge, and they get to check out and go to Jack's, get a little breakfast during their study hall if they're in good academic standing. Just a lot of things. I mean, school size, the class size, 14 is a large class at Donahoe. So I have outstanding young men. I want to say thank you to athletic director Steve Gendron. He's been fantastic, not only a great baseball coach, a fantastic AD, a workaholic, and David Noon, our head of school. And just want to say thank you to them, and Anna Taylor, who's now the new principal at our school. So we're looking forward to, I don't know if this is my 16th or 17th year as a head coach, 35 or 36 years overall. It's hard to keep up. And I see my good friend Coach Short in the back, and he's one of the few that's probably coached as long or more than me. But I love it, and I wouldn't want to do anything else.
We'll open it up to questions. And, Coach, I've got the very first one to talk about. You're the 11th school we've had that we could honor by having here at Media Day today, but you're the very first private school. And so let's just throw it out there. With the realignment and the split in public and private back just a few months ago, smaller private schools like yourself, it creates more of a challenge from the outside looking in. It looks like it's created more of a challenge than I've ever seen before. Will you talk about your feelings on that?
Yeah, I think we're at a crossroads. I was a public school guy for 29 years in Alabama, 3 in Georgia. And so, when I was at Russellville as offensive coordinator, we lost the state championship to Briarwood, and that stung a little bit. And so, as a guy that was in public school for so long, Terry Curtis and UMS, that was the boogeyman to us public school guys. And my older guys in here, and they know the name Terry Curtis. And then when I was at Munford, one of my better years, I think we were the best 4A team in the state, and then we just played just awful in the first round of the playoffs. But Terry was already scheming against us because he thought he was going to have to play us in the semifinals. And when I got film on him before the season was over, I thought we would have to play him, and I thought, well, he's just going to have 5 or 6 studs that they've moved in from Mobile County or Baldwin County. But he didn't. And it was obvious on film. They were just well coached, get after you kind of guys. So, in the past 5 or 10 years, there's been so many schools that have won state championships with a completely different roster than they had a year ago. So it just goes both ways. Now, when they waited so long, they waited longer than ever this year. It was two months later than what they normally do when they sent it out. I thought they've sent it out so late, there's no way they're making wholesale changes. It's going to be the same thing for the next 2 years, but they're giving us a warning, prepare to go private school. And I prefer to say independent schools instead of private, especially since I'm a part of it now. But then after I got over my initial feelings hurt about being shunned and being in our own league, it's okay. We've got some the problems that we have. It's just logistics. I've still got 2 public schools that we're playing, Galesville and Ragland. Now I did lose another game I lost a region foe in Otaga Academy. They pulled out to go AISA just because of logistics and things like that. So I could argue on both sides. We're in kind of a wait and see about how this year goes. I do know this. I was head indoor track and outdoor track this last year at Donahoe. Extremely unfair what is done. I mean, I qualified 9 girls for state this past year. We had a really good season. I had 1 senior. The rest of them were 9th and 10th graders. And so we got a good team coming back across country. In indoor track and outdoor track. But we won't likely qualify a single kid because now we got to go through Briarwood and John Carroll. And so to win a state championship, we will have to beat McGill and UMS. There's no divisions in track and field, indoor and outdoor. 1A Donahoe has to beat McGill-Tulane for a state championship. So I want somebody to tell me that that's fair. My wife told me to not chase rabbits, and I've already chased 2 or 3.
Well, I wanted to know, and everybody in this room wanted to know, since you're the first private school or independent school.
There you go, independent school.
We know the feelings that are there, and it's tough. We've had it so good for so long here. Yes, when you got in the playoffs, sometimes, public schools run into a juggernaut with a private school, but the Donahoes and the JCAs and the smaller schools, I bleed for you because I know
it's tough.
The travel, not just football, but all the other sports. You got to travel to Tuscaloosa for an area game.
That's it.
Come on.
Selma
for an area game?
Yeah, for an area game.
Kevin, you got a question? Yeah, go ahead.
So as you say, the independent schools are now kind of separated from the public schools. How does that change your game plan throughout the week coming up to a game now that you have to travel further? Does that change anything, or does it stay right on point the same?
Well, our furthest games we had to go to Otaga Academy, so now we've got a 2-hour and 45-minute trip that we don't have to make. Now, we only got 9 games. Every school has different problems. Ours is just different. Then I've been the head coach at Huffman and Chase Valley and Munford and high poverty schools, and we just have different, we have different issues. We were looking into possibly getting we don't typically get charter buses, but you have a 3-hour road game to Selma and against Elwood Academy. And so looking to do that. But other than that, football is football as long as it's 11 and not 8-man. But football is football. We're going to watch film. We're going to lift weights. We're going to practice the same. We're going to have to maybe, have some pregame meals on the road. And so, but our travel is not too bad this season. Next season's going to be a little more tricky.
So they're mainly coming to you this year on some of those away
mainly
games.
coming to me. We have Tuscaloosa Academy coming to us, and we have Pickens Academy coming to us. And so we picked up. We had our whole region had already made out a 10-game schedule, and in March the 13th, we got an email from Alabama High School Athletic Association that we have just added Hope Christian Academy to your region. Make sure you schedule them. That's the only direction that we got. So we had to drop 7 public schools that we were playing to schedule a new that was put in there 2 months after we had already done our schedule. So that's just one of the other things. But anyway,
well, we're limited to 15 minutes and we're halfway through it. So let's focus on the nuts and bolts, the X's and O's. Right. You got 2 young men you brought with you today. Talk about them and what leadership you're looking for out of them.
Well, I'll start with my senior. I have age and youth, and so Boyce is just an outstanding young man. He's an outstanding student. He's looking to go to the Naval Academy possibly, and he has not been in the limelight at Donahoe. But this year he's got an expanded role. Doesn't mean he hasn't been a leader. He has been a leader. And so,
if you will, Coach, lean toward that microphone.
Okay, sorry about that. Boyce has been a leader the whole time, but he's going to have an expanded role right now. He's starting for us on the offensive line and pushing for a starting position on the defensive line, on the defense at linebacker or rover. We're gonna play probably 9 guys both ways. It looks like. And hopefully, we'll have some young guys to work their way up. But Boyce has just been. You can count on him. If I need him to go pick up somebody, I can ask him. If I need him to help me do this or do that, and he's just provided the accountability and the leadership. And I really appreciate it. So I got Daniel Story. Daniel is a 14-year-old ninth grader, and he started for me both ways as a 7th grader. First 7th grader that I've ever had to be a starter. He came up to me one day. We were halfway through the season. He said, "Coach, it's my birthday today." Why I just hadn't put it together exactly how old he was. And he said, "I turned 13 today." I said, "You started half of a varsity season at 12. I said, "Coach Smith would have been scared." And he's like, "Ah, man." So, but anyway, he's, he started for us both ways the last 2 years at offensive tackle, defensive tackle. And he was honorable mention All-State last year as an 8th grader. And power clean. What'd you power clean? 275 2 days ago. I told him, I said, I got to admit, I mean, I was a 5-year football player, punter, albeit. At Alabama, I was a linebacker quarterback that thought I was good enough to play at Alabama. I got there, I wasn't. And so, but I was good enough to punt there. And I said, man, I said, 270 was the most I ever did in college on power clean, and you're already doing 275. And that was respectable for a punter. And so, so he's really gifted. He's got good fast twitch, muscle fiber. He's an outstanding young man, and I'm glad he's on my team.
I know we're only allowed to bring 2 guys, but take a quick mention, 2 or 3 or
sure
4
will.
of
Thank
some
you.
of the guys that you want to mention by
Thank
name.
you so much. Dylan Hullett, outstanding senior for us, undersized, over heart. This will be his 3rd year as a 3rd year or 4th. Okay. I wasn't sure if he started the year before I got there, but this will be his 3rd year starting for us at center. He does a great job of leverage. He's gotten a lot stronger and gained a few pounds of muscle. And he's an outstanding leader, outstanding young man. And then I got Donovan Barr, is one of my few big boys. He's 6'3", 305, and I can't believe he's a senior because he was a 10th grader when I got there. And time flies, no matter where you are. But only have 3 seniors, but they're great leaders. I don't have a senior that can run a 4.4 though, but they've got great heart, great leadership, and the kids really follow them. And at quarterback, I've got Luke is coming back. Luke Farrell is coming back at quarterback for us, and he'll be a starting linebacker and a quarterback for us. He missed 3 or 4 games last year with mono, and we had a tough time last year with injuries, with concussions, and with mono. And so there's so many guys I could mention right now, but those are my 3 seniors. Noah McClendon is one of our MVPs from last year. Noah is 6'4.5". He argued with me that he was 190. He actually got on the scale. He looks skinny, but he's 6'4.5", 190, and played. He was our leading receiver last year. Ended up being our first or second leading tackler. It's not a great thing when your free safety is your leading tackler. You don't necessarily want that, but he can move and he can run. He made a lot of tackles at the line of scrimmage, so really pleased to have him coming back. And so, any other X's and O's questions? Or
I got a couple for the guys. Yes, Daniel, you going into the 9th grade, but this will be your 3rd year to start for the Falcons.
That's right, a veteran.
Veteran. What position or what part of the game do you enjoy the most?
The part of the game that I enjoy the most is D tackle.
I like the one-on-one situations where I can really be a game changer. Third down, I'm more of a run stopper. First and second down, I'm more of a you got to get past me type of dude. But
So all the practice leading up to Friday nights when you're staring down that offensive guard or that tackle, they can see in your eyes, I'm fixing to get around you and get to that quarterback.
yes, sir.
Boys, what do you enjoy most? I know you're a lineman as well, but you at Donahoe, listen, you got to be prepared to go in anywhere. Coach will tell you that. What
That's
do you
right.
like the most?
That's true. I also really love defense. I used to go in at DN before linebacker this year, and it's been so much fun. That was the first thing I used to get subbed in for when I was in middle school freshman year, and it was just fun getting to run in there, do whatever you want to, find the ball, hit somebody. Anything was possible on defense. There was no real rhyme or reason except for get where you need to be, do what you got to do.
You being one of the three seniors, do you feel a little extra pressure this year to lead this team, whether it be in the classroom, the hallway, or on the field, or wherever?
I do feel a little bit of pressure about that. I've always looked to the older guys to lead the team and to be the role model that everyone's going to look up to. And then I blinked and I'm there myself. And I never know if I'm doing it or if me and the other guys are doing it as well. But I always pray and hope that we're being the ones everybody's looking up to.
I know last year y'all took it on the chin on some games. Like you said,
We
different
did.
things happen. But right now, the record's 0-0. You two players, what excites you the most about the season starting in 3 weeks?
What excites me the most is the new players, new teams, get to go against new teams, and just get a different experience.
That's true.
I'm excited that I've just looked at the team and all the years I've been a part of this team, we are stronger than we've been in a while, especially since last year. We're faster than we've been since last year. And like you said, 0-0. So I figure we can go out there and it's time to kick somebody in the teeth.
Well, surprise some people, as
Yes,
they
sir.
say. And I think you guys can do it. Coach, if you will, give us your final thoughts for Donahoe football this season.
Well, we are excited. I mean, they made great points. The last 2 years, I feel like we had one of the tougher schedules in the state. I know Fayetteville was as good as they've been in years. Winterboro was as good as they've been in years. Very talented. 3D1 players coming back on that 1A team. And they benefited from the independent schools being kicked because if that had not happened, they were going to be 2A. But because they removed 7A, it dropped everything down. So a lot of people, when it came out, they thought that they were going to really be in a better situation. Some teams fared well, and other teams didn't fare as well as they thought they were going to be. But we're stronger in the weight room. We are in better shape than we were last year, and now I just need to pray for health.
At small school, that's the story of it.
It
every year.
is a lot.
You got to
and,
be healthy. All right, there you have it, the Donahoe Falcons. We wish you the best of luck in the 2026 campaign there for the Donahoe Falcons playing football up on the hill there. Coming up next, we've got Jacksonville Christian Academy. 26th Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, presented by the Calhoun County Quarterback Club. Next up on the stage, we're glad to have Jacksonville Christian Academy. JCA competes in 8-man football through the Christian Football Association. The head coach of the Thunder is Rod Cates. Today, Coach Cates has brought with him lineman Parker Wade and wide receiver defensive back Bryson Dowdy. Coach Cates, we'll start with your opening comments, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you guys for hosting us. And we're just glad to be here. And thank you for all you do for football and throughout Calhoun County and everywhere else. Sorry.
Coach, I don't know how else to say it other than you're following the footsteps of a legend.
I am. Tough footsteps to follow. In my opinion, one of the best to ever do it. Coach Miller could have coached anywhere 1A through 7A in the state and chose to, stay dedicated to Jacksonville Christian throughout all those years. I'm very honored that he chose me to, come in and continue his legacy that he's built for so many years.
As always, small school football has its challenges every year. Share with the media guys here in the room, what's your roster look like this year? And maybe talk about the two gentlemen that you brought with you.
Okay. Yeah, the roster's pretty thin. We have 13 players right now. So we have 3 seniors, no juniors. I think we have 3 10th graders, and the rest are 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. I think we have 2 8th graders starting this year. 2 of the seniors are Parker and Bryson. They do a great job for us, on and off the field leading. Great guys, work hard, day in, day out, leaders to the rest of the team. So we're really excited to get the season started.
For you 2 seniors, talk a minute about Bryson. What is it? It seemed like you blinked and here you are completing your career at JCA, and you've had some great memories, won some championships. What do you want to do to leave a mark your senior year?
I just want to leave with a bang. I mean, I like to win it all, go out there, be a leader on the field, help my teammates, help the younger ones grow up. We got a young team. I want to come back in a couple of years and see all them growing up, doing good out there. It's kind of what I want, really.
Parker?
I like to just, it's kind of the same thing, I just want to finish this year out with a bang and ready to prove ourselves as, as a small school and Christian school. Not many people think we're real serious about football, but I'm really ready to prove some people wrong this year and show them how good we really are.
I like the sound of that. Question?
Coach Cates, a little bit about your background. Were you already at JCA? Have you been doing 8-man football?
Yes, sir. I've been with Coach Miller for the past 3 years. This is my 4th year, actually.
Okay.
So, yes, I have experienced 8-man football for the past 3 years.
Okay. And to the players, how many years do you guys have at JCA playing ball?
Well, I mean, I grew up playing color teams at JCA basketball, but I've been there since daycare, and
Wow.
I've played football since 7th grade. Played every sport since 7th grade. So
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is my 2nd year at JCA, so I've only played last year. I played football, and this is my 2nd year. So I only played 2 years of 8-man.
And how many games do you guys play this year? In your record?
This year we have 8 games on the schedule. Cornerstone fell off. I don't think they're having a team this year, so we tried to fill it. But like some of the other coaches have said, being small school, the travel distance is so far. We finding someone that could play us that we didn't have to travel 4 or 5 hours was pretty difficult. So right now we're at eight games for the year.
For Bryson and Parker, I've got a special appreciation for you 2 because I can only imagine at a small school like that, a private school, independent school, that you have friends that go to other schools, whether it be Jacksonville, Piedmont, Pleasant Valley, wherever. And there's always that lure of come play with us, but yet y'all stick it out. And I appreciate that. And I think people in this room have a special appreciation for young men that like Braxton Salster at Pleasant Valley. You know, he could have transferred. I'm sure he gets calls, but y'all could have easily went across town and played on a different team, a bigger team, and contributed. But what is it that makes you want to stay committed to Jacksonville Christian, Bryson?
I'd probably say the way they've treated me over the years. Growing up there, everybody's always treated me with kindness. There's been ups and downs, but throughout most of it, everybody's been there for me, helped me, and I want to do the same for them. I don't want to ditch out on them whenever they could possibly need me during a time. So,
Yes, sir. I just, I had a lot of faith. I went to Weaver and I decided to move to JCA for some friends. And ever since same thing, how they've treated me there. I mean, the first day of school treated me like family. And that football team last year was like family. And just the way they welcomed me made me know I made the right choice to move to JCA.
That's maturity speaking right there. Question.
Coach, how far do you have to go to play? What's the farthest you have to go?
This year, we have to go to Tuscaloosa twice. We play Tuscaloosa Christian and Victory Christian in Tuscaloosa. So our other away game, we only have 3 away games this year. So ASD is the other away game, so it's not that far. But we try to keep it within 3 hours if possible. So we could have filled the schedule with the team out of Mississippi this year, but it was a 5-hour drive. So it's just wouldn't, money-wise, didn't make sense.
Right.
Coach, take a moment. You can only, the way we do it here, you only bring 2 players, but do you want to name maybe 2 or 3 or 4 others on the team that you want to call out?
We got, we lost Noah Lee. He's playing at JSU now. Brody Wilkerson, he played for us last year, played running back, linebacker. He stepped up. He's playing quarterback this year, doing a really good job for us. His brother Dawson is a senior. He's our only other senior. He's playing running back and linebacker for us. Grant Daffrin, Grant's been there ever since I've been there. So he's a 10th grader this year. He played a lot last year. He's a lineman. We've got TJ Scott. He's playing some running back for us, defensive back. And then we got a couple of young guys with Cade Cates and Griffin Daffrin. It's the 8th graders that we have that's starting this year.
Parker, I've heard this question asked earlier today, and I thought it was interesting. If you had to pick the 2 or 3 reasons why Bryson is sitting at this table, what would you say they are?
I think one of the biggest thing is like last year, he was dealing with a bunch of injuries during games, and I just could see how much he really wanted to be out there, even though he's hurt. He was begging to be out there, and he shows great leadership during practice. I mean, practice is nothing, small. It has a big deal in your game, and I could see him pushing himself. He had arm surgery, and he's just been pushing himself through so much because he's really dedicated. I think that's one of the biggest reasons.
Bryson, what about Parker?
I like the way he's dedicated as well. He's always uplifting everybody, and I've never seen him get down on anybody, discourage anybody, and I feel like that's a big reason why.
Coach Cates, for the casual fan that doesn't know the difference either with the rules or obviously you're 8-man versus 11, but what's a couple of the major differences in regular 11-man football?
I mean, basically, we play on a 40-yard wide field. We still play 100 yards. Just minus 3 guys. You only can have 3 guys in the backfield. So that's the major differences.
So does that tend to be more of a passing game than a run game?
Most of the teams we play is more of a run game.
Oh, really?
Yes. And Friday nights at 7 p.m., just like
11-man.
That's right. So anybody that wants to come watch y'all play a game, just come up to Jacksonville on Friday night.
Absolutely. We love it.
If you will, take a couple of minutes and just kind of tell us what the team's goals are for this season, and then we'll wind it up after that.
Yeah, I really like the chemistry on the team. The guys all gel well, and they gel together, and they work hard. They're in the weight room every day. They show up early for practice. I really like the chemistry there. Going forward, I think we've always, ever since I've been there, we've competed for state championship. Our goal is still the same this year. Our goal is still to compete for that state championship, and it will be as long as, as I'm there. So, very just excited for the opportunity to do it.
Bryson and Parker, Coach Miller had been there. We use the word forever, but he'd been there forever, it seemed like. What's one thing that, even though Coach Cates had been on staff, what's one thing that you see a difference in practice? We hadn't got to the games yet, but just in practice, is there anything that Coach Cates does different than Coach Miller?
I mean, it's kind of a hard question because most everything's still the same. But I mean, just kind of like warm ups a little bit different. We do a little bit of different warm up. That's pretty much all I can really tell that's different. But I mean, we still go through the same routine as we did last year. It's just changed a couple things up in warm ups.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to agree with that. I only played for Coach Miller 1 year, but for that 1 year and so far this year, I haven't seen much of a difference.
Well, I think your coach realized he had a pretty good blueprint for success.
Absolutely.
And why change it? Coach, if you will, we congratulate you on being the head coach. We wish you all the best. If you will, just give us your final thoughts.
Again, thank you guys for all you do for football throughout the state and everywhere else. Just looking forward to getting started and actually getting to hit somebody besides ourselves.
Well said. We hear that a lot. That's JCA, Jacksonville Christian Academy Thunder, playing 8-man football under the Christian Football Association. Good luck, guys, this fall. We'll be reading about you and hoping great success. Coming up next, Hope Christian Academy Saints.
Now we're going to welcome to the stage at the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Hope Christian Academy Saints. Hope Academy competes in private 1A Region 4, excuse me. The head coach of the Saints is Chris Stone. Today, Coach Stone has brought with him his quarterback and linebacker, Kanan. Is that right?
Right here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kanan Bozeman, and tight end linebacker Jackson Coolin.
That's right.
Okay, I got it. Coach Stone, will you start with giving us some opening comments?
Absolutely. First and foremost, I'd like to thank y'all for inviting us here again this year. We appreciate it. It's a top-notch program that y'all put on here. Quarterback Club and everybody else involved, media, I thank y'all for coming out. Thank y'all for having us. We're looking forward to this season, first year in the HSAA. I think we'll have a pretty decent run. We're going to go out there and compete to the best of our abilities, and we just appreciate y'all having us.
Good deal. Any questions? Microphone right here.
Yeah, Chris, you mentioned the helmet upgrade this year. Tell us about that and the inspiration.
So last year we had the stripe last year, but we got together, got with the coaching staff, and decided we wanted to go with this font right here with the Saints in cursive right here in script. And we just thought just to upgrade it a little bit. Also this year we'll be implementing like a sticker reward program on the helmet for accomplishments that the players make in the games, and that'll be purple fleur-de-lis that show up on the back.
And also to Kanan and Jackson, I noticed as you were walking up the scripture quoted on the back of your jerseys. Could you tell us about that?
If I can remember what it says, I think it's talking about that everything that we do it unto the Lord. That, I mean, no matter what happens, if we go out there and we have the best game of our life, or if we go out there and we play the worst game of our life, it doesn't really. There's no performance we can have that's going to change how the Lord feels about us. That our value is put in what He says about us, and that's never going to change.
Coach, how many players do you have?
I'm pretty sure. So last year we had a total of 32. Now that was back in AISA. We were 6th grade through 12th grade. Right now, we do plan on fielding a junior high team this year. So we have 37, and that's 7th grade through 12th grade on the football team.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Question for the two players. It's such an honor for your coach to ask you to come to this. I'd like to hear from both of you on what that means for him, Coach Stone, to say, I'd like for you to come with me to Quarterback Club Media Day. Jackson?
Well, it's just a big honor to be recognized like one of the biggest leaders of your team. So I take a lot of pride in that. And, it just puts it just gives me motivation to be better for my team, be a better leader, knowing that my coach sees me this way.
I mean, it helps me to know that he has confidence in me. He views me as a leader, knowing that he puts trust in me to go out there and lead my teammates every single Friday night. Me and Coulon both. Me more on the offensive side, and Coulon, he's basically our defensive leader. So I mean, he's putting trust in us, and that really makes me more confident when I step out on the field on Friday night.
Coach, being in the lower bracket of the private school thing, what did that do to you as far as scheduling? Was it pretty well made because there's so many teams in it, or?
So scheduling was a doozy, guys, I will say. So we were approved to join the HSAA in March. As most of you know, schedules were pretty much done at that time. But I will say, in our region, Bill Smith at Donahoe, Matt Griffith at Victory, Coach Wright up at Tuscaloosa Academy, along with, Bobby Snyder, Holy Spirit, Hunter Booth, all these different coaches. I tried to be as accommodating as I could to get on their schedule, because I did realize that, we were coming in late and we were kind of throwing a wrench in their schedule. They already had all these things planned. So they were very accommodating and trying to get all of that fixed. Now, trying to find those off weeks. Now, I knew I was going to have then 7 games, but now that Otago left, we have, I think we still have 7. Anyways, getting those games, I knew I was going to have those, right? Because we're in the region, we have to play each other. Now, trying to find my bye week games, week 1, week 5, and week 10, I didn't have those up until about maybe the end of May, early June, when I finally got at least my week 10 game. So it was definitely a task, but I will say that everybody in the region, they did their best to try and work around, trying to make us fit into that schedule. And I really appreciate those coaches for that.
So you have a 10-game schedule left?
So we had 10 games until Otaga left. So now we have 9. Yes, sir. At this point, I don't even think I'll be able to find a week 2 game.
Chris, going from no football to EISA to AHSAA in 2 years seems like a lot to us. Can you give us a sense of the behind the scenes process of building that?
Yes. So it is. And as everyone who's been around football or had any type of behind the scenes, football is very expensive. So that's first and foremost. So we were able to, we actually, a year before we even started, we had already started buying, equipment, uniforms, helmets, and things of that nature. So that wasn't as much of a stress on us when we did start last year for the first time. But getting your coaching staff together, trying to work it into your schedule around academics, trying to get the kids to come out to play football. Last year, I was telling I was speaking with the radio station earlier, and I was telling them that I think I maybe had 2 or 3 kids on my team last year who had any varsity experience at all. So it's a process, definitely, but I have a tremendous coaching staff behind me. Our head of school at Hope Christian, Nick Burns, he's been tremendous in helping me in anything that I need. He's also our offensive coordinator. He's awesome, and we just got it done. We got the guy sent us the kids to start. He started this school, so that's just what we're doing.
This is for Danny Shears.
Okay.
That I finally ask a question. Coach, I don't think that most folks realize the disparity in size between, talking about scheduling, between you and Charles Henderson of Troy.
Yep.
This is a large school, and I'm not shocked by a lot of things, but when I saw on the schedule that Hope Christian is playing Charles Henderson and that Charles Henderson's coming to Oxford to play you, I was surprised. So tell us about how that game came about and just your thoughts on playing a school that large.
Yes, sir. So the way that it came about was I got a random phone call one day from a number that I did not know, and it was Coach Jones at Charles Henderson. We spoke for a minute. I told him, I said, hey, let me get back to you. So I talked to my coaching staff. We looked at it, and at that point, I think I only had 8 games. So I looked at it and I said, they are a much larger school. But I also want a challenge for my guys, is what I want. I don't want us to get too comfortable. Thankfully now we have a bye week after Charles Henderson since Otaga left, because that's where we had that game scheduled. So we'll have 2 weeks right there to nurse any bumps or bruises that we may have from that game. But ultimately what it was is I just wanted a challenge. I talked to my coaching staff and they were behind it. So that's really how it came about. I do understand the difference in the sizes. We looked at the roster. We looked at different returners that he was having come back or leaving or this, that, and the other, and we decided that we wanted to give it a shot. I think it'll be a really good test for our team, but I think we'll be able to hold up pretty good.
Question right here in the middle. Other than on paper, once that ball is teed up and kicked into the air, is there any difference this year in the football on the field versus last year's as an other conference that you were in?
Well, I'll tell you this. So we played against players last year that went to SEC teams. You know what I mean? So I think the level of competition, I'll be honest with you. I can't remember what week it was, but we played Chambers County, Chambers Academy, Abbeville Christian. These were really, really good football teams that were in our region. And unfortunately, we did not come out on top. We lost those games, but they were really good teams. I think that the competition level is, I think it's comparable. I think you can compare it. I really do. But at the end of the day, regardless of who we line up on, we're planning on going out there and executing. We go out there and execute, and we'll have a shot to win any game that we play.
Coach, you mentioned your coaching staff. How many coaches do you have?
So from position coaches to some assistants, I have 10 coaches. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, some of them are volunteers, but I have about 10 on staff. Mm-hmm.
And this is a corollary to that.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys offer any other sports? Do you do basketball, baseball?
Yes, sir. So we do. We'll do football this year, varsity and junior high. We'll do flag football, varsity girls and JV girls. We will have a junior high and a varsity boys basketball team, junior high and a varsity girls basketball team. We'll do softball, varsity and junior high, and then baseball will also have a junior high and a varsity. We'll also do cross country in the fall, and then outdoor track and field in the spring.
Well, let's get these guys involved. Guys, what do you think about Coach? He doing a good job for you?
I mean, he has a ton of experience. I know just from his high school and college career. I mean, in high school, he was one of the most recruited tight ends in the state of Alabama, and then he goes into college and he wins three or four conference championships. So I know everybody out there on the field knows that he has an infinite amount of ball knowledge. So just on both sides of the ball as well. So there isn't a time in practice or a position that he can't coach or give tips and pointers to.
Great.
Yeah, I agree. The same thing. Just the experience Coach Stone has. He's a 4-year starter, Arkansas State, so he knows what he's talking about all the time. It's hard to deny.
Pretty good words, Coach.
I appreciate it, fellas.
Another question here in the middle for the two players. How does it feel to be something that's special that's being built at Hope Christian Academy? It's a brand new school. I mean, relatively, 2, 3, 4 years old. But you guys are laying the foundation for many, many years to come for players to come behind y'all. How does that? I know it'll probably mean more to you 20 years from now than it does now, but it's got to be nice to feel something that you're building something special that's never been done before.
Well, I just say it's bigger than yourself. That's the biggest thing. So thinking of 20 years in the future when you're watching kids play or possibly coaching for the same team too when you come back and look at it. So I just think it's important to make your mark on the team, what tradition's supposed to be and what it's going to become in the future.
Just in today, today was our first day of pads, and we had one of our coaches Coach Ward came up and talked to us, and he was telling us that the energy that we bring to practice, how we practice, is exactly how the younger guys are going to do it. So they look up to us and everything that we do. So if we go out there, either way, we're going to set a foundation. Now, whether it's going to be a good foundation or a bad foundation is up to us. So he tells us that every single day that if we come out flying around full speed with energy, then every single young kid's going to continue to carry that on for years to come.
Let's take it off the field and put it in the classroom. Does that same attitude apply if you two are leaders in the class or in the hallway? It's not on the football field, but it's in the classroom. Do you think others are going to look up to that?
I would say and not even just in the classroom. So how we start off our days at Hope Christian Academy, the first thing we do is we go into devotion, and usually we have a worship song, and then one of the leaders in the school will come up and give us a word. And we know that our job as older guys, there's kids, the older people are sitting on one side, and the younger guys are the younger kids are on the other side of the school. And our teachers tell us 24/7 that we might not notice it, but the whole time while we're sitting there worshiping and everything, that all the little kids, they're looking over at us and how we walk in that. We've had plenty of instances where in the high school, like I said, even if it's a bad situation, good or bad, that we see it trickle down and the young kids will start copying us. So that's why we have to be very intentional with making everything that we do, that it glorifies God, and then they'll continue to do the same thing.
And I agree too. I heard my pastor said one time, you may not know, but it was like a study, at least 7 people look up to you without you even knowing it. So that's a big thing in our school, is being intentional in what we do, because it's always going to show in the younger kids because they look up to us whether we know it or not.
Well, Coach, wonderful kids you brought with you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you guys coming, and we're going to wrap it up with you having some closing comments to us. And
yes, sir, absolutely. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for having us. Thank you for listening, inviting us out here. We look forward to doing this every year. We look forward to the upcoming season. Look forward to seeing some of you come out, and we appreciate everything that y'all do here. And that's really all I got. Go Saints.
Good deal, good deal. Grab your name tags
Yes,
and your
sir.
helmet. We got a little parting gift for you. Appreciate you coming.
Perfect.
Next up will be the Piedmont Bulldogs.
the 2026 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day. And before we have our final skill of the day, I want to take just a couple of minutes and thank some people for making this possible. First of all, the Anniston Country Club. What a great venue this is each year for us to come. This is our 8th year. They just opened the doors up to us. We pay them for the food, but other than that, they just let us use this facility, and it is nice. It's wonderful. We have plenty of room for our media partners out in the main dining area, and then the way we set up the stage here. So Anniston Country Club folks are we couldn't do it without them. So we thank them. We thank Sound Solutions, Jordan Smith. Raise your hand, Jordan. Thank you for all that you do for the sound, the light, the audio box where everybody can plug into it and get the audio. Thank you for that. Perry Party Rentals, we get the stage, the skirt, the curtains around. We want this to be as nice as we can make it for our coaches and our players. And so we know it's an honor for the coach to ask a player to come here, but we want the coach and the players to say, wow, you know, they treated us great. And we will, as long as I have anything to do with it and the quarterback club puts it on, we will do it top notch. And we appreciate everything that we are able to do for our coaches and players. And finally, you, the media, I mean, without y'all, we wouldn't have this. And so many of y'all have expressed to me that this is great because in one day's time, you can get sound bites that you can use for the next 4 months. You can get lines that you can write, you know, on the internet or in the newsprint for the next 4 months. And so it is a special to where we can bring all these coaches and players together in one day in the air conditioning, and you're not out here on a practice field trying to run down the coach and talk to him for 5 minutes while he's in the middle of practice. So, but thank you all to the media. We've got more cameras set up this year than we have in 8 years, so that means we must be doing something right. People notice. We added the addition of the Oxford High School, I want to say broadcast journalism, but what's the official title? Entertainment and Media Department. One of the teachers here, Miss Rebecca, and then 2 of the students have come and been here all day with us to help us broadcast this, live stream it. And then, of course, everybody else that's here. So we, on behalf of the Quarterback Club Board of Directors, we thank you for making this a special day every year. And we've kind of centered in on that last Friday of July every year. And we hope you make plans to come back next year. With that, we will now continue. And on the stage now is the Piedmont Bulldogs. Piedmont competes in the new 2A Region 6. The head coach of the Bulldogs is Jonathan Miller. Today, Coach Miller has brought with him linebacker Carson Sanders and lineman Braylon Williams. Coach Miller, good to have you back. We will start with your opening comments, sir.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Calhoun County Quarterback Club for putting this event on. It's great to get to showcase all these wonderful players across the county. And we appreciate all the positive attention you guys bring to high school football in the area. The guys I brought with me today are 2 great examples of what we want a student athlete, football player at Piedmont High School to look like, to act like. Carson Sanders to my left, 3-year starter. A lot of great things I can say about Carson. He's an extremely hard worker. He's tough. He's resilient. He's gritty. Great football player, really good person. So a lot of good things, smart, does a lot of good things out there on the field. You know, he plays on the defensive side primarily for us. You know, he may touch it a time or 2 this year. He did last year a little bit, some too, but probably get him involved a little bit on the offensive side. I know he's excited about that. The guy to my right gets to touch the ball every play. So he's not the quarterback, but he is the center on offense. So, you know, Braylon is a 4-year starter for us. He came in about game 2 or 3 of the crazy season a few years ago and has started ever since. Took over for a guy that got injured. And, you know, he brings so much joy and passion to our team. I don't know that Braylon's ever been in a bad mood in his life. I haven't seen it if he has. He just always has a positive energy, and as coaches, we really appreciate that. So he obviously is a good football player to be able to start at for 4 years at Piedmont High School. So look for big things out of these two this year. Braylon's going to play, of course, center on offense, and he'll play some on the defensive line as well. But these are two great examples of what we want a Piedmont football player to look like.
Thank you, Coach. We'll open it up to questions right here on the second row.
Coach, y'all had an amazing season last year. Went 13-1, won the region, set records with 639 points scored. And now this season you moved down to 2A with Pleasant Valley, Ohatchee, Welborn, Sachs. What stands out to you about this new region, and what will it take you to continue playing at the standard that you've established at Piedmont?
Well, I think the good thing for us, obviously, there's a lot of changes across high school football in the state, and we were affected by it. A lot of schools were affected by it in some form or fashion, and we do find ourselves in 2A now. But the good thing for us, I guess, is the region's kind of split. We're familiar with about half of it. I would say, there's a Calhoun County feel to it, and there's some other schools like West End and Gaston, people like that. Vincent, that we may not be as familiar with. So, I think for travel purposes, I think it's really good. That aspect of it's good. And there are a lot of familiar faces in it. So, the region's going to be tough. And, as I look out across the northern part of the state in 2A, our first, second, and third round opponent from last year are also in 2A North. So, not only in our region will there be familiar faces, but there are also familiar faces, hopefully once we get in the playoffs and play some of these other teams, these other regions, there's a lot of familiar faces that, we will have to compete against to get to where we want to go.
Yeah, sir. And to Braylon and Carson, as I mentioned, y'all went 13-1 last season. How do you keep this team hungry when everyone is expecting Piedmont to be one of the teams to beat?
First off, you got to handle adversity at the end of the day. There are all it is to it, and put in the work every day at practice because we show it every day.
Yeah, this is a very unsatisfied team, I'd say, because the last 2 years in a row we both went 13-1, lost to the same team. So it's an unsatisfied team. When we want to get over that semifinal hump. So I think that's motivation in itself.
Coach, you lost one of the most dynamic players, in the state past few years in Raleigh Pinto. Just talk about some of the guys that you expect to maybe step up at the receiver position this year. I know Raleigh did a lot of different things for you guys, but just maybe some names that you expect to maybe fill the void, so to speak.
Yeah, big shoes to fill. Obviously, that goes without saying. But the way we look at it, and the way I think our other receivers look at it, is there's 160 some odd touches out there available to other guys, that he's had over the past 2 years. He caught over 100 balls 2 years ago and around 60 or so last year. So there's a lot of open possibilities for guys to come in and make plays. So that's the way, they're looking at it. Mason Morrow, who was a guy that started for us as a sophomore last year, he's a guy that'll be, he was all-county player last year, but he'll be a guy that will, be asked to step up and do a little bit more. Carson Cleveland is a guy that, did not start for us last year, but a guy that probably could have at a lot of other programs in this county. He'll step in as a junior and get some of those touches. Also, Eli Johnson, who started for us last year, he'll be asked to do a little bit more as well. But we got a lot of guys that, not just those three guys, but we got running backs, and, our H-back, Ethan Tidwell, will be a big weapon for us, both in the passing game and the running game. So, we have enough weapons. Now, we may not have that, super dynamic guy like Raleigh was. I mean, not very many people have that. So, these guys are all really, really good players. They're all capable, and I think those guys are excited, and I think they're going to all have big years.
Braylon, right here, question for you, and it's about Carson. His coach described him a few moments ago. He used two words, tough and gritty. Why did Coach say that about Carson, in your opinion?
Carson proves to us every day that he's tough and gritty in the weight room, especially when we're doing one-on-ones with the linemen. So that's why I think Carson is tough and gritty.
Carson, when he described Braylon, he says he never has a bad day. Would you second that? And if so, why would Coach say that he's always happy?
Oh yeah, Braylon's always happy. It doesn't matter. We're in the classroom, at school, we're out doing something, like just having fun. Like Braylon's always going to be the guy that's going to be positive about the situation. So yeah, I would definitely second that. Braylon's a happy guy.
Guys, I always think of Piedmont was a diamond in the rough, because a lot of people, you hear Piedmont and you think one thing, but I know from academically you're one of the best school systems in the state. A lot of people may not know that. They know about your football prowess, but tell me about the pressure to keep up academically and athletically, because you're known for both. Players, that was addressed to the players.
Well, I'll just say you just have to make time for, your schoolwork, because always academics comes first, and, football is just like an extracurricular. So you have to keep your schoolwork first.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Braylon right there. I mean, we have really good teachers, and they'll definitely agree with us, work with us and stuff about how football is. But we all know academics is first. You ain't got to get good grades, and you're not gonna play football. So that's definitely still always gonna be first.
Question again for the players. We've seen your coach come now for 8 years. We've had this media day, and he just seems like the most even keel, steady guy that you would ever see. In practice, in a game, wherever, have y'all ever seen him get emotional about something?
I remember Coach Miller's first year here, our freshman year. We never heard Coach Miller yell or nothing that summer, and I don't know, he was really laid back, didn't talk a lot. He's came a long ways talking. He's opened up to us a lot more. But we was playing Cherokee County, and we was not playing real good. At halftime, he screamed at us for the first time. And that was the first time we'd ever seen Coach Miller not, laid back. So that's probably my longest lasting memory with Coach Miller.
Yeah, I have to agree with Carson right there. I don't think I've never heard Coach Miller yell at us like that in a good minute since that day.
Most of the time you're saying in the locker room, he's just the same guy. Okay, guys, this is where we got to improve on, that sort of thing. He's not a big yell in your face kind of guy.
Yes, sir.
All coaches have different styles, and obviously that works for you, Coach Miller. Tell us what keeps you that way. What is in your DNA for you? I mean, because football's an emotional game. As a player or a coach, how can you not get emotional?
Well, I think you just have to kind of read the moment and understand kids and understand what motivates them, what gets them going. There's certain situations where, really, if you go in and you're yelling continuously all the time, then at some point the message may wear off. But if you pick your spots and go at it that way, you're smart about it, and kind of change course when the time calls for it. That's just kind of how I operate.
We talked a little bit about and Joe, you'll be next. The schedule or the region: Ohatchee, Pleasant Valley, Sacs, Welborn, Gaston, Vincent, and West End. We've heard from other coaches today, but your non-region game, share who that will be this year.
We open up week 0 with Jacksonville, and then week 1 is Cherokee County, and week 5 we play Alexander. So 3 really good games that we hope will get us ready for the playoffs.
Those are 3 big-time opponents.
They are, and it is what it is. We just felt like where we're at and with the experience we have coming back with our team that we were ready to handle that type of schedule. So, I think it'll be beneficial for us as we head into November. If we, able to stay healthy and get in the playoffs, those games will definitely help us.
It's like a basketball coach. You play these Christmas tournaments and all, and you go off and play schools that may be 2, even 3 classifications higher than you, but you're getting ready, prepared for the playoffs, and that's kind of what you're doing with those 3 non-region games.
Yeah, there's no doubt, and we'll see a lot of athleticism. That's the other thing. I mean, you want to see the type of athletes those 3 teams will have at some point during the season, and we'll see some in our region for sure. But it'll be a good opportunity to play some non-region games against high-quality opponents. I think all 3 of those programs think they're going to be really good this year. So it should be 3 really good games and 3 games of interest across this county. So I think it's good for high school football in this area.
3 big crowds, obviously, too. Joey Step, you would have a question.
Jonathan, last year you managed to have fresh running back legs on the field because you had Nick Mixon and Jackson Howard. Now, is there a replacement for Nick's carries?
We do. We have Jackson back. Jackson Howard be a big part of our offense at the running back position. He was last year as well. A really good football player, as with a lot of our kids. Man, our kids. One thing that makes Piedmont so special is just the gritty nature and the toughness of these kids, and he's a great example of that. So along with Jackson, we'll have a Landry Wright, who Landry has started on defense for us last year. Will again this year at safety, and then he will come in and play some on offense. And the idea behind that is we always want to try to keep those guys fresh, and we hope every year to play for a long time. So split the carries, keep those guys from getting banged up too bad, and keep them fresh throughout the season.
Coach, whenever I come to your 7-on-7 earlier this season, I noticed Cole Austin really has become a dynamic passer, finding receivers, just, pinpoint accuracy and everything. Just, if you will, talk about his development, and then, if you will, flip to the defense a little bit, maybe talk about some other guys other than Braylon and Carson on the defensive side.
Well, with our quarterback, Cole Austin, experience is always so beneficial. So having a year as a full-time starter, playing 14 games, experience is a big thing for a guy like that. So being in the system for a year as a starter, playing in a lot of big games, us relying on him, to a great extent, not only passing but also running the football. I think that's been a big part of his development, and he's been really, really good with ball placement so far this summer. We practiced for 5 days this week. He's really done a good job anticipating throws and putting the throws where they need to be. So I think he's just in general a confident kid anyway, and just you have the experience aspect of it along with that makes for a dynamic football player. So we're going to count on him a lot to throw it and run it and be a big part of our offense. Defensively, it's really everybody likes to talk about the offensive side all the time, and rightfully so. But that's the group we're excited about. We got a lot of 3-year starters, several 2-year starters coming back on the defensive side of the ball. We returned 10 guys on that side, so we're excited about that unit. And the same with our offense. We're able to throw so much at our defense, 3 or 4 days into fall practice that, in certain years you wouldn't even be able to dream to do. So we, on both sides of the football, really, we've been able to throw a lot of different things at them. A lot of different things we have had carryover from the previous season. And, that's been beneficial to us and where we're at so far this early in fall camp. So a lot of those guys, it starts with our 2 inside backers, Bentley Chandler, Chase Kirkpatrick, both dynamic football players on that side, 3-year starters. Carson plays outside linebacker. Ben Talbert's our other outside linebacker. Those guys both started last year. Carson's a 3-year starter, like I said earlier. In the secondary, Ivan Jones and Landry Wright and Nick Glover are returning starters on that side. So we got some experience back in the secondary. Up front, got 3 guys back. Leo Wright, Zathan Wood and Bryant Waters, who played a lot of football played a lot of football for us last year, started a lot of games. So, it's a unit. We're not big. We're not overly big on that side of the ball. But we're run to the football. We're physical. We're fast for the most part, athletic. So, again, it's a group that's experienced. Had the group, I thought, as a whole, had a great year last year on the defensive side. So, again, when you return that type of experience, it makes you excited as a coach, and look forward to see how they develop this year and through the rest of fall camp.
Coach, if you had not chose the education route to go into teaching and coaching, what would you be doing today?
That's a great question. Probably something still related to sports. I don't know what that would exactly look like, but that's just been my whole life, growing up, So I don't even know. I can't see myself as anything other than a coach. Obviously, at this point, it's hard to do, but there's nothing. It would be something in the same field, something sports related.
Guys, what are your aspirations, each one of you? 10 years from now, what would you like to be doing?
Well, hopefully, in 10 years, I'll be a big physical therapist for somebody big or somebody professional. So,
Man, I don't know. I can't give you a for sure answer. I'm between two things, which are polar opposite. I either want to be a lawyer or a diesel mechanic, which I know those are both, way off the spectrum of each other. But I don't know. I guess either one of those. I couldn't tell you for sure right now, though.
My vote is for a lawyer because this guy can talk your ears off. So he's got to do something where he can talk. So,
well, it's good to have Piedmont back with us again this year. Coach, we're excited about your program, where it's at. I know you are. This year could be a special year on the field of champions there in Piedmont, and we just appreciate you coming and bringing the players. If you will, just give us your closing thoughts.
Yeah, I think we're all excited to see what football, not only in this area but across the state, is going to look like. And there's been a lot of changes over the course of the past 8 or so months. It's going to look a lot different this year. So it's going to be interesting. I'm interested as a fan to see what it looks like in other regions and other areas across the state. So, as far as our team goes, I think as long as we can, stay relatively healthy, have a little bit of luck on our side, get in the playoffs, hopefully we can make a run at this thing. So I know there's a lot of good teams in our region, a lot of good teams across the state. So, again, just because we're in 2A or things have changed, it's still going to be extremely hard to be a semifinal team or be a team that makes it 3 rounds or be a team that makes it to the state championship game. So, still a lot of things got to come into play to get that far. And, I think at least we have a shot. Don't mean we'll get there, but I think, with the veterans we return on our team on both sides, that at least we give ourselves a shot to see what we can do.
There's no doubt in my mind that you'll be right there in the mix when it gets down to the end. Piedmont Bulldogs, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, that's the conclusion of our 2026 Calhoun County Quarterback Club's Media Day. We appreciate you tuning in online or either being here live with us in person, and we will see you again next year. Congratulations to all of our coaches and players for being here with us today, and good luck. We hope into November that we've got some championship football trophies brought back to Calhoun County. Thank you very much.